of the Immortal League. It feels like, we just started, and sooner than later, we will be running straight on in to the fall split, This summer
Oh
split
my God.
already almost over here. And Omega Yeet list, it feels like it was just yesterday we were casting their grand final split.
Yeah, but it might have been yesterday, but this is the present. This is today. And once again, the Omega Yeet list is going to be in grand finals, but this time against a completely different squad. This also starting with a D, but it's Drop Dead Gaming on the other side of the grand finals, not Dorado.
Yeah, for sure. But before we go and dive into these two teams, before we dive into what we can be expecting coming tonight, we've got to congratulate this wonderful season with some player awards. As we have here, Keyboarder taking the MVP. Obviously, probably not to anyone's surprise. A phenomenal 80 carry throughout the majority of the season. Congratulations. We hyped him up almost essentially every single game, as well as with that bot lane combination on your chest, making it into the first all-pro team. And would you look at that? The rest of the squad is King Coney and company, with Reeve and Sloppy Joe rounding out the top of the first all-pro team. On the opposite side, we got our second and third all-pro teams. Shout outs to our boy Tomato Tom from Team XYZ in his first rookie split with the Immortal League is found their way onto the third all-pro team. And there's an Art of War esports jungler there too, Nostalgia, making it on to the third team, as well as we have some Dorado players on the third and second teams as well, respectively.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's particularly fun to see just how far these players have come. Obviously, you can see that Omega Yeet list has quite a roster of players. You can see literally all 5 of them showing up on the all-pro side there. But on the other side, Drop Dead Gaming does still have Vision of Empire in that top side. And I gotta say, right, if you take a look at Omega Yeet list's path up to the grand finals, it is debatably the most difficult path that you could have asked for, right? So they had to take down Akuma Sides, they had to take down Team XYZ, and now sitting in grand finals, they're looking to defend their championship up against Drop Dead Gaming, and it's going to be particularly interesting to see what exactly it is that these teams have in store. And if we know anything from the last interview from King Coney, it's that these guys are looking for the quick 3-0, as they said. We 3-0 every team except one in a split, and we've already fulfilled our quota.
Yeah, last game they went on up against Team XYZ in that semifinals, and unfortunately that game went the distance, but went into the favor of Omega Yeetless. So, as we know, they do typically, in trending wise, have been taken to a map 5 or even lost a single map only once per split. Will they get the 3-0 here tonight? It's quite possible. If King Coney stays true to their word, they're gonna be gunning for it. You'll see they have to take map number 1 first and foremost. But last split around, this team was taken to a game 5 by Dorado in the finals. So is it maybe, what do you think, a nerve thing was going to tick in here? Or maybe they've been here before, so they're feeling 10 times more confident? Like, is there a chance that Drop Dead also take a map off of the Omega Yeet?
Honestly, if you're going to get all the way up to grand finals, I think that you always have to treat that team like they have a huge shot of making it to not just the finals, but making it to that winner's podium, right? Drop Dead Gaming, obviously no slouches. We saw Vision of Empire and Brandy Fan both showing up on the all-pro teams there. But in the meantime, we're going to have to see just how things do change in the picks and bans, because while we might be on patch 14.16, there's a lot of teams that aren't quite ready to really slot in some of these power picks like the Senna that we've seen. So if you paid attention earlier in the week to some of the other Titan Esports broadcasts, Senna, obviously, very, very powerful champion. Incredible stuff on that disgustingly broken support. There's some teams that refuse to pick or ban her because they do not have the ability to play her, and they have a pick ready to deal with her if that does come up.
And speaking of pick your bans, anti, so far, Drop Dead not wanting to deal with King Coney. That's his Aatrox taken away, his Fiora taken away. Tryndamere can be a little bit of a flex, but that's also his Tryndamere taken away. That is
And
3 topside bans.
Okay, I was gonna say this ban here decides the fate of the series, and no Senna in the bans whatsoever. So this pick here now decides the real momentum.
MF.
No Senna once again. It is the misfortune. I'm sure that we're gonna see a Leona taken on the other side. We're probably gonna see like Leona Ashe or something like that, and then like actually no, it's probably like Braum Ashe on the other side. Instead,
That's
never
true.
mind. Ezreal, so we're just gonna get some completely different things, just going for complete comfort here now that you're all the way in grand finals.
Yeah, and this could be Barco Duck's champion. Seen them pop off on it before. And a Pike in the bot side out of Ratchet right out the gate. Okay, I think that this is 100% Ezreal bot now because Pike is just going to be a perma roaming champion. And what 80 carry sits in lane solo better than Ezreal? So they're going to be throwing Barco Duck on that phenomenal pick for him before. We've seen them pop off on it time and time and time again. So they're going for this comfort. MF Nautilus, very solid, very standard bot side lane. I'm a little bit worried on whether or not the Nautilus will be able to match the roaming speed that this Pike's going to have. And Volibear going to be locked into. Do you think this is a top side? Do you think this is jungle? It could be flex either way.
Honestly, I'm of the opinion that it is not going to be the topside Volibear, that it is going to go over to the jungle, as you now have the ability to counter pick. But with the Gwen pickup, you also have to remember that this could very much still be a Gwen jungle. So you can't just be like, oh, well, you know, we know that it's going to be in the top lane. But with Omega Yeetless also banning out top lane picks here, they're going to try to force they're going to try to force the Volibear into the jungle while making sure that they can't just counterpick in the top side.
There's no way he gets 5 Ben. I swear to God, if he gets 5 Ben, that's I don't know.
I mean,
that's a
there's
big
a reason King Coney was
he gets
up there on the
5 Ben.
all-code team. It's 5 bans to King Coney. Honestly, if I'm Omega Yeetless right now, I just throw the Gwen into top lane and then start picking something else for the rest of the team.
And this we get like, oh, I was gonna say Renekton's still on the board for King Coney. That's a champion they can still whip out. Cassante is there. Hell, put him on Garen and let him just run him down, alright? Like, you know, Tyler 1 complains about that champion all the time. He's got to be broken.
Oh my goodness.
Dr.
You know
Mundo.
what? I was going to say, like, I've been complaining all season about how I don't like to see Mundo picked blind, but this is far from a blind pick, right? You banned away 5 top laners, one of them being a particularly good Mundo counter, and you do know exactly what it is you're playing into, so it's not a blind pick. It's going to be doing fine here. And now, with the Swain pickup, I believe for the mid lane, should make things interesting. You've got a Death Ball composition and a half on the side of Omega Yeetless.
Yeah, I really like this because Swain and the Renekton can play very well and in tandem with each other. And let that team fight kind of just brawl out, which those two champions love to do, with Renekton building up the rage meter and just being able to heal off of with slice and dicing in and out. But I kind of am a little bit concerned on where the Pike and the Ezreal are going to kind of make into this, because they do not want to be fighting on top of Swain and Ezreal, because there's a Mundo, there's a Orianna, there's a Volibear, there's a Nautilus, all of that on the opposite side, and the side of Drop Dead are looking to open up angles for these bullet times. That's where the Shockwave is going to be on the ball delivery system with the Volibear going on in, Nautilus landing a hook. Like, they're looking to chain for this bullet time.
Yeah,
I am kind of a little bit concerned with how this bot lane gets into these fights.
Yeah, honestly, the big thing here, right? So Omega Yeetless are looking to get that early lead. If they can force an early gold lead, they can be like, all right, well, you have to start coming into us, you have to start fighting us, and then our bot lane is going to be completely and totally self-sufficient. Pike and Ezreal, you literally do not have to peel for these champions. Like, they're literally just going to stay as safe as possible from afar the entire time. But if you can't force the enemy team to walk into you, you literally do not have an engage on this team, barring some kind of crazy Pike or, you know, Flash Renekton play, right? So at its core, I think Omega Yeetless are just going to have to go for the crazy picks or fights around objectives. And I don't think you can ever really fight this team around the objectives. So it's going to be side laning, side laning, side laning from Drop Dead Gaming.
Real question is, does Neversaw have the Faker skin? Did they purchase the Oh my Jesus, no, forget that question. What is that? Holy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't disagree to a certain point where if you look at the side of Omega Yeetless, right, they put themselves in positions where not only are they playing champions that they're comfortable on, champions that can do a great job with what's been presented to them in the draft. The big thing here, right, is that their bot lane is completely and totally self-sufficient, and they've got just super, super good, you know, death ball for the rest of the team.
Right, well, Pro Comps has picked out their win con to win the entire thing. You guys get in chat, get the hype going. Let's see who you think is going to be able to come out on top in game number 1. We got a prediction poll up for you as well. Spend those channel points. We all know that Twitch chatters are Gamba lovers, so Ratchet and Barkoduck looking to gain that level 2 prio here very shortly. Ignite was already burned away though, so will not have that cooldown for the level 2. Engages King Tony, looking to go straight onto Vision of Empire, but Ratchet forces a flash out already into the bot side, but the hook lands, but Jordan bot buffers it greatly with the Dredge Line to the tower.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed, Cilantro, it's not just the Ignite that got popped specifically at the timing of the health pot, so that way Brandy Fan couldn't get extra healing down. The Ignite got popped and burned away the barrier. Like, this was a very, very early summoner trade in the bot lane, and we're getting so much action down here already. And even more crazy than that, both junglers are coming down here. Evil Lobster and Reeve are both going to make their way towards this bot side. We might see some crazy fights here, but no flash on the Misfortune, no flash on the Pyke. And honestly, if I'm one of these bot laners, I would much rather be the Pyke, because Pyke is slippery as hell. Misfortune, she can walk a little bit faster. Pyke can do the same thing while invisible the whole time.
Yeah, and if the wave state continues to be like this, Ratchet may be looking for a hook, channeling it up, is able to find Jordan bot, Stun's going to be able to come down, but Barkoduck's just going to be able to hit those Mystic shots as a little bit of a passive clean up there. But if I'm a little bit worried, if Brandy Fan's under tower like this for a very long time, Ratchet's gonna have those free roam timers. Meanwhile, Evil Lobster engaging straight upon into Reeve. The Ghost is proc, but First Blood is given on over to the bear in the jungle. This is exactly a spot you want to be at if you are drop dead. Now they're looking for the bot side gank. Potentially Arcane Shift is already going to be used. Has to burn out the flashes. The Ignite's ticking away, and Ratchet just going to be able to shadow step on over the wall. Meanwhile, mid lane, Neversaw gets the better of Slappy Joe as well. This DDG game has came in and said, screw your favorites. Screw who you think has the better advantage, as Vision of Empire nearly gets the solo bolo and King Coney too. DDG are coming out strong in game number 1.
Yeah, DDG gonna get the upper hand during the laning phase, but I gotta say, right, this is one of the things about Omega Yeetless that's the reason why they got to grand finals. It's not their laning, right? There's a saying when it comes to StarCraft where if you're even with Maru, you're behind. If you're ahead of Maru, you're even. And honestly, I think that in a certain way that could be said to apply to a team like Omega Yeetless, but
Vision of Empire finds the kill off. Reeve coming in for the Sim trying to get a little bit of cleanup, but will not be able to find it. This top side of the map has started off 1-0. And now going into the neutral objectives, how do we push this lead? How do we maintain this prio and snowball this into objectives? Because like you said, Anti, this Omega Yeetless team, you think that you're ahead, and then in reality, you take a minute, look at the map at 25 minutes, and you have nothing on the map. And they're just taking objective after objective after objective. So you need to start snowballing these objectives before they start snowballing your map.
Yeah, but as you can see in the replay, right, Drop Dead Gaming gonna be able to get the upper hand on the entirety of Omega Yeetless. We were saying that Omega Yeetless doesn't really benefit so much from the laning phase alone, but losing out in
Jordan bot solo lanes and away, and Barkoduck's able to find the kill. Brandy Fan does not burn the barrier though, channeling up another hook. It lands. Do they have the kill potential? A barrier will be proc now. Barco Duck gotta be careful. Here comes the Volibear. Flash, stun, Ratchet falls. Barco Duck, no arcane shift, no flash. Will it be up in time? It will not. Brandy Fang cleans up the kill into the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, right? I mean, Omega Yeetless not in the greatest of positions where their jungler and solo laners both behind as far as the kills are concerned, and all of a sudden now the same can be said for their bot lane. So now Omega Yeetless truly actually behind, and Drop Dead Gaming need to find a way how to push this lead and put themselves in a good enough position that they can force all of these objectives even with the superior team fighting of Omega Yeetless composition.
Ratchet gonna spot out the dragon's been started, but realistically, not much you could potentially do. Imminent Eye not gonna be able to just be having a little bit more of that vision. Will Reef make it up to the top side though and trade this out for the Void Grubs? Is pathing from bot side up? Sloppy Joe gotta be careful. Shockwave comes on in. Evil Lobster forces out the ultimate out of this Swain though, trying to keep it proc. Pulls back in the Volibear, but nothing realistically is able to come up of that. Chunked away at the Volibear though. Never saw it gets mid lane prio, and now the Crocodile's coming down. This 2v1 though, I think I'm going to be favoring Reeve and King Coney, especially because that dominance is going to be online. The Shockwave was used. Now it's going to be a 3v2. Going for the engage stun proc onto Reeve. Has to go immune. Gwen coming down, the Volibear coming down with the ultimate themselves. Evil Officer is extremely weak, does not want to die here. They're just waiting out this dominance proc though, trying to run away, trying not to give him the rage meter bar, trying not to let him heal on up, and never saw cleans up that kill. Farming up those camps just to be able to get the health bars back online for Evil Officer. Will potentially move into the Void Grubs after that.
Yeah, and just like that, King Coney watches as his kingdom falls around him, and the bullet time goes through so much damage onto Barco Duck, but in the end, Omega Yeetless just falling behind at every single turn, playing so greedy here. But DDG so ready to punish at every single moment.
Alright, meanwhile things dying down a little bit. Evil Officer has not opted to go for the Void Grubs just yet, realizing after that fight, the prio is kind of pushed back into the favor of Omega Yeetless. Now we're going to have to see Reeve come over the wall, take those Void Grubs here, hopefully. Swain, you already see moving on up. King Coney has potential to be able to come down. Sloppy Joe actually taking a bit of a recall here, so that it opens up, this will open up an angle for prio to be reestablished for Drop Dead, and eventually Evil Officer can move on up towards that top side and take those Void Grubs, but we gotta mention, he has not recalled yet since that taking the dragon and taking that fight onto the Void Grubs, getting that bunch of gold. He's gonna clear out the bot side. Yeah, he's sitting on 1,700 gold right now. That's probably going to be a Roa first item power spike here at about 9-10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Rod of Ages particularly good on Volibear as far as the laning goes. When it comes to jungle, there's honestly a lot of variation, right? I mean, you might be seeing the Sundered Sky Rush, you might be seeing, you know, something crazy like Deadman's Play, where it's just a matter of getting extra move speed. It really depends, but it seems like we are going to be going for that Sundered Sky early on, and we're just getting a full-on fight in the mid lane.
Lobjo forced to commit the ultimate. Jordan Pot's coming on up. Lends the dredge line. Shockwave can come on out too. Never saw cleans up the kill. This Orianna is getting mega fed. And if you are Drop Dead, you are 100% okay with that. Pings onto the Void Grubs now. The Volibear took a reset after clearing out the bot side. Sundered Sky will be the first item clear up. First person on the map to complete an item at 9-minute marker. They want to push this jungler's lead as much as possible. Meanwhile, Reeve is looking at the tower dive potentially here onto Brandy Fan. The wards are going to be able to spot this one out. Meanwhile, the Void Grubs should be a little bit easy pickings. Jordan Bot easily able to buffer off that hook from Ratchet. Barco Duck trying to put in some poke damage under the tower. And Reeve, unfortunately, there's nothing in that bot side for you to take while these Void Grubs are being taken. And now nothing is going to be traded out at the moment for Omega Yeetless.
Yeah, I mean, it's so rough for Omega Yeetless here. They're so far behind in so many of their solo lanes. And yes, you scale. Yes, you have a death composition. But when you're this far behind, DDG are going to just continue to slap you with their wallets. And it's just getting rougher and rougher as the game goes on. A lot of the times, this is around when we'd start to see Omega Yeetless, you know, start to group up, make something happen, and make some crazy macro plays, but I'm not sure if this is quite the time for it.
We have bot side gang coming in a minute. Jordan is forced to flash on out away from that one. The needlework out of Reeve with the ghost proc, not able to find any executions. Brady Fan didn't even have to burn both summoners either, so the gank only gets the flash out of the Nautilus. Not much realistically is able to come up of the rest of that either, but Barkoduct is able to get a safe and good recall, but the wave should be pushed back on in under him, so he'll be returning to a wave here realistically, hopefully. As Lobster may be able to catch out Ratchet, stops the recall timer for now at least. Hook him on into landing the stun, but nothing else can come up of it. Got that bot side prio, getting that mid side prio. 20 seconds until the dragon. I would not be a little bit obliged to some sort of bush camping, jungle invade, try and find an early pick to someone trying to contest this. Reeve already all the way into the top side, pathing down. Will not be there by the time it spawns, so it should realistically be easy pickings for Drop Dead Gaming.
Yeah, Drop Dead Gaming just have so much control around this jungle right now, and I don't think Omega Yeetless want to even attempt to contest. There's just shoving out the lanes, putting themselves into a position to pick up as much gold as possible. In the meantime, King Coney struggling against Vision of Empire here as we continue on in this top side. I mean, it's just looking rough all around for Omega Yeetless here. And I gotta say, Solancho, last time Omega Yeetless dropped a game in a series, right?
Oh no!
Oh my god, hold on.
Oh no! The depth charge, 2 out of Jordanbot knocks up Barco. Duck Brain Fan has the mana, has the capabilities. Does he have one more Q? Auto, unfortunately, will not. Reeves coming in for the cleanup. Needlework is online now, will be proc, slowing up Brain Fan, so it'll at least be a final trade out here. Finally, they're able to find something. Omega Yeetless for a trade here. Sloppy Joe forced to burn the flash away, flashing forward with his Swain ultimate, though he's critically low. Will heal back on up. Evil Lobster can come over the wall, though. Looking for it, flashes for it, and the Lightning Surge helps him find that kill. The Bully Bear now 3-0. He shut down this Orianna, but I don't think they're realistically too baffled about it.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm pretty baffled about it. How in the world is Slappy Joe getting a solo kill onto Neversaw when Neversaw's 3-0? Like, what in the world was happening there? But right now, Ratchet just in a little bit of trouble, not going to be able to get away from the volley without burning the flash there. But at the very end of the day, Pyke going to be more than happy to burn his flash in order to stay alive, in order to stay safe here. Meanwhile, on the top side, we're still getting some back and forth between Vision of Empire and King Coney.
Yeah, I mean, we see a little bit of an invade coming here too. They want to be able to fight for their second set of Void Grubs. Don't want to give DDG the full on 6. Evil Lobster is in a little bit of retreat mode. Hook not going to end up landing as Evil Lobster is forced to burn out the ultimate. But look at Neversaw coming in for the little bit of a wraparound. The Mundo's going to meet them in the Jungle River. Gwen's forced to go on Moon early. Ratchet, we saw the flash come out early last time. Will not have it. King Coney is meeting with the roam down. Nautilus has come on up too. Jordan bot lands the dredge line straight into the shockwave under Slappy Joe. And can they give Neversaw the kill? Yeah, a little bit of revenge for what happened in that mid lane earlier. They pick up the prio. They pick up the kill. Evil Lobster gets hooked on by Ratchet. Has to use the shower step just to be able to get on, out, and away. Jordan bot's going to help try and make this. No, Void Grub's gone. Make this Rift Herald and easy for the picking. So not going to have any sort of top side objectives on the map for you anymore, Omega Yeetless, until the Baron spawns.
Yeah, not just the top side objectives, hasn't been able to take any neutral objectives whatsoever. So that's going to be no Void Grubs, no Herald, no Dragons, and no real way how to force fights for Omega Yeetless here, at the very least on fair footing, right? Omega Yeetless have a very, very strong team fight composition, but you need to force your opponents into a position where you actually can team fight. And against Drop Dead Gaming right now, it's going to be particularly difficult to find a winning angle of any team fight without just massively outplaying your opponents. But if there's anything that we've seen from Omega Yeetless, it's the willingness to at least go for plays that require that kind of play here. But in the meantime, it is just going to be the continued farming up on the side lanes from King Coney and Barco Duck, you know, just building up more and more gold.
Reeve initially engaging onto Brainy Fan, has to burn out the flash. Ratchet is able to find the kill though. TP coming in. That's Vision of Empire. Ratchet maybe gets the stun off, does not proc the Mundo passive. Reeve is going on a killing spree right now, trying to get this game back into the favor, but never saw what the shockwave is able to find. Barco ducked in the Mundo. TP is able to find a double kill. They swung things back into the favor. The jungler has fallen a minute before this next dragon. This bot side tower is going to end up falling here too. And, you know, I think that Evil Lobster is just going to go Pickens into the jungle, see if anything's up there. No, it's just going to be taking a bit of a recall. They're going to get these item power spikes. King Coney may be able to respond with a topside turret of their own. Not going to be first turret gold on this Crocodile, but at least some gold stacking on him in the meantime. Empire going to be back on up to the top side, so they will have that TP Prio going in for this next dragon fight.
Yeah, and you can see this fight one more time here. It starts off with Reeve going right on top of Branny Fan. And yes, you do take out the Misfortune. You do take out a huge amount of the team fighting. And Reeve gets quite a bit of damage down. But in the end, Barco Duck just instantly pops. And it's just so impossible for this team to actively deter Drop Dead Gaming from taking that tower. It's just particularly difficult, especially when the strongest member that's alive and able to play the game there is Slappy Joe on that Swain, which, yes, don't get me wrong, the shutdown onto the Orianna was great, but Swain is still far from being able to actually play.
Alright, classic. I drop Rift Herald mid, and you have to respond to it, or I take your turret and trying to pull them off of this dragon. True Shot Bros trying to push out this way. They're trying to maintain this mid lane prio and doing a great job of it. Omega Yeetless, meanwhile, never saw. Maybe about to run into Reeve into the jungle. No, will be coming in from behind. Bullet time into the knockup. Finds Barco Dog. The barrier was not enough as Reeve initially engages on to Brandy Fan here. Is able to finally execute it. Sloppy Joe pops the ultimate too. Just trying to heal on up out of it. And not able to find the kill just yet. Oh, it's never saw. Finds two. But can he get out of Sloppy Joe's ultimate? Has the movement speed. Can he be able to slow him down? Dodge the imminent eye. It's not gone just yet. Now it should realistically be flashes for it, but Sloppy Joe unable to find it. But Vito's able to find the root off. Who's gonna win this 1v1? It's down to just autos essentially. Never saw. Imminent eye. Dodge this one. Okay, it's going completely back and forth between these two mages, and they're just gonna waltz right on past each other.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Neversaw gonna be able to get on out of there, but it was such a close turn from Omega Yeetless. Drop Dead Gaming need to be more careful with these opportunities, right? I mean, that all starts with Evil Lobster just sniffing out the Swain here, but Reeve on the back line comes right on in as the bullet time goes across. Barco Duck goes immediately down, but Reeve just pops Branny Fan in the meantime. DDG turns back to try to peel for their AD carry, but the Gwen did her job there, and in the end, it is Slappy Joe, the last man standing, the last man remaining for Omega Yeetless here.
Started. Ratchet has the vision.
Another team fight.
The corner here too. King Coney's trying to engage on into it. Gwen immune in the middle of the pit. Shut down. No one to Neversaw. That's your carry. That's your mid laner gone. Vision of Empire trades it out 1-for-1 though. And Jordan Buck gets caught out into the pit. Ends up falling. Empire's able to trade out on to Slappy Joe though. He wants to keep fighting with this Mundo, but unfortunately, it's AD carry versus no AD carry. Empire has to flash on out and away. Reeve looking to continue to chase down these kills. They want to continue to fight this. And now they're just going to push out the wave and settle for that dragon. Finally, this Omega Yeetless team, they've won a team fight against Drop Dead Gaming off the back of exploding Neversaw and Brainy Fan.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, Cilantro, I don't know how these guys do it. They just keep finding ways how to win these team fights from ridiculous amounts down. And, you know, on one side, it might sound to someone who hasn't seen these teams play before that I might be just, you know, hyping up Omega Yeetless. But this is not anything new. This is exactly the playstyle that we've seen from them all season long, where it doesn't really matter how far behind they are in lane, because if you can't run ahead with that gold lead, you can't truly call yourself a team that's in the lead against Omega Yeetless. They always find these miracle fights, these miracle openings here. And let's watch this one more time. King Coney and Slappy Joe pop the ultimates, and so much AoE damage here as Reeve also on the backline, still just removing Branny Fan from the fights at every moment. There's what, 1-2 auto attacks going off from the Misfortune, whereas in the meantime, the entire backline from DDG disappears and Slappy Joe stays alive for Omega Yeetless.
Yep, and that's going to be a problem. The longer that Swain is able to stay alive, the more Omega Yeetless has a win con to play around. With a composition like this, it's really hard to not let that Swain ult proc away. Because you have a team composition that wants to be in there and wants to fight on top of each other and kind of brawl on top of Omega Yeetless and pray that you can come out with your target acquisitioning. And that's where Swain shuts down team compositions like that. So, now Omega Yeetless, you found these angles back into the game. You're still down about 4k gold. Realistically, don't think it matters. So, what do we go for next? Baron is on the map. You're getting that mid lane prio. You're doing a phenomenal job at keeping that. You need to get these top waves shoved on out. Try and establish the vision control around this top side of the map. And try and at least negate Drop Dead from being able to start this Baron at least. And then you can sort of move in and try and take this next dragon. They've already stopped the early dragon stacking here with taking that chem tech off of their hands. But now, can they continue to snowball this? Because, I mean, an ocean and one ocean dragon and a chem tech soul on top of a Mundo, I don't want to have to play against that.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that one here. But, you know, as we were saying with Omega Yeetless here, you know, so much of this is all about the team fight. And right now we're seeing not just a team fight, we're seeing the side laning coming from King Coney versus Vision of Empire.
Here comes Lobster. Dominance form is going to run out here shortly. Can they win out the 2v1 beforehand? Revis joined the fray, though. Double TP to the exact same minions here. Coming out of both sides. Never
my God.
Is not made it in time as the Needlework finds both kills and gives a shutdown on over to the Glen. I mean, we've seen Reeve pull out this champion in the jungle time and time again and has carried this team from the brink of defeat, while Fan able to find a kill onto Barco Duck, finds a double kill as well, cleans up Ratchet. Reeve goes immune. That's not going to stop you from getting rooted out though. Jordan Bot has to burn out the flash. Gotta be a little bit careful here. No needlework, but still can get executed by this Gwen.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for, you know, DDG to push their leads. But the moment that they have their openings, the moment that they have the ability to play the game, they take those, right? Barco Duck and Ratchet just going down instantly the moment that Fan and Jordan Bot understand that, you know, Omega Yeetless, their squad's in the bot lane. There's nothing that's going to be able to stop them from taking out both of the marksman and the support on Omega Yeetless. And DDG right now, they have a solid team composition that allows them to do whatever they want, assuming they forget that Misfortune exists, right? In every single one of these fights, Reeve has just been able to get the jump onto Fan each and every time. The bullet times have been positioned very well, but there's so little you can do with a bullet time if you're not able to actually channel it. And Reeve's entire job seems to just be laser focused on making sure Fan doesn't get a chance to play the game.
I mean, that's what you do. You kill the AD carry, you win the game, and Reeves got that locked on, packed in their brain as the win con. And I do not blame them. Going up against an MF, it's not always fun. You want to shut that champion down as much as possible. Meanwhile, we see a little bit of positioning prio towards this dragon. While Never Saw into the bot side is going to help clean up King Coney. They're maybe trying to look for a Baron angle while everyone was distracted with King Coney in the bot side, but he died a little bit too quickly for their liking, and now they got to set their sights onto something else on Mega Yeetless. 20 seconds before the dragon. The bot side prio has been claimed. Mid lane's going to get shoved out here by the rest of the squad of DDG. They're trying to trade out this Baron. I think it's... You can, sure, but I mean, I feel like claiming Soul Point is a little bit better. I think they're just trying to bait this DDG squad into taking a fight, and then they'll just try and win that fight and then snowball that into both of the objectives. I think that's the game plan that Omega Yeetless is going for as they bait up this Baron already. They're losing a ton bot side. The MF is just soloing the dragon. Hell? Yeah, the MF is just soloing the dragon, so realistically, DDG aren't going to lose anything here like Omega Yeetless want. They want to find an opening and angle to win a team fight and take one of these objectives, but DDG have read it like a book, and they're starting to shut it down. Bot side turret has been picked up from the Mundo as well, forcing out the volley bear ultimate just so he does not end up getting stunned there. True Shot Barrage comes on out. I believe, I don't know if that's spotted that the dragon was fallen, but they do definitely well know that it's gone now.
Yeah, I mean, Omega Yeetless tried to do their classic strategy where they see one objective being taken, they see one opportunity, and they try to take it immediately, but they just don't have the DPS to take out this Baron in time, right? DDG very much have been doing their research. I mean, I was going to say this earlier, Cilantro, but Omega Yeetless, last time around, got taken all the way to 5 games, but that was in Grand Finals, right? So many teams never saw Omega Yeetless fall in a single game of the season up until that point. So now that we're sitting here in Grand Finals and DDG has infinitely more losses to watch from Omega Yeetless than any team had the liberty of doing in the last season, it's going to be a question as to whether or not Omega Yeetless are on the back foot, right? I mean, how much research has DDG really done into this team? Ratchet going to be able to catch out Jordan Bot. This could be huge.
It quite could be, but the rest of the team is there for the follow-up. TP coming on in, Jordan Buff 2, able to find and kill the Blast Gun's going to help him get on out. Ratchet actually burns the ultimate too. Dreadflying Reeve is going to be able to go on a rampage and find the execution onto the Nautilus, and now they're just going to go straight for this Baron. We already talked about the damage though. Is it there? Is it going to be enough? Who knows? Lobster knows that they've started this. The MF is just around the corner. I'm smelling a bullet time shockwave combo anti. Will they be able to pull it off though? That's going to be the question. TP coming in from the bot side. Evil Lobster's the one to get engaged upon force. Has to burn out the flash. King Cody goes in with the dominance. It's a great bullet time angle. King Cody is burning to death. And Evil Lobster ends up falling. Never saw still alive into the fight. Has not pulled the trigger onto that shockwave just yet. Empire
Ratchet.
Ratchet coming on over in the flank side is really extremely weak, and Brandy Fan's able to find the kill. Barker Duck goes over the wall with the arcade shift, and Brandy Fan, it's the fan show. They put on a triple kill on the Misfortune. That time around, Omega Yeetless, you cannot find this 80 carry.
Yeah, and just like that, Brandy Fan finally gets a chance to play the game, turning all of us into Brandy Fan fans there, as it's just going to be kill after kill after kill for the Misfortune here. And Omega Yeetless just get completely routed in that fight. It looked like it was going to be so good for such a long time until it just turns all the way around. Reeve, on the other hand, just going to continue to try to clear out these waves, try to continue to fight off these assailants, try to keep his team alive here. But let's look at this fight one more time. Jordan Bot just walking up a little bit far in a position without vision, pops the vision plant, does not see Ratchet. Ratchet walks out of there, just says, hey, how you doing? What's up? I'm gonna stun you in the middle of my team. And that works out fine, right? I mean, it's good for the side of Omega Yeetless. They managed to put themselves in a position where they can just get Jordan. But, you know, while all of this is going on, DDG have managed to pick up the Baron. But, you know, back to the replay itself, Evil Lobster just tries to catch out Ratchet here, and what started off as a standard turn just turns into a disaster as this bullet time just shreds through the entirety of Omega Yeetless. King Coney goes down instantly. Slappy Joe doesn't have the ultimate available, and Ratchet flashes in, gets off tons of damage, but if there's anything that saved that one, it genuinely was both the Chemtech and the Mountain Dragon that are exactly what Brandy Fan needed in order to stay alive there.
Reeve potentially caught out here. Cleaver's gonna end up finding the stun shockwave shutdown for never saw, and I do not think that Reeve saw that one coming. They're gonna continue to just barrel on down through this mid lane with this Baron buff. Another catch onto Barco. Dr. Arcade shift over the wall, but the Bully Bear comes crashing down on top of him, and these towers are gonna come falling quickly too. They've got the Baron buff. They've got 3 Void Links. Can they get the win here in game number 1? Dreadflying straight onto Ratchet. The dominance proc, but the depth charge gets a double knockup. The bullet time, it's chunking away at King Coney. Slappy Joe forced to be able to go golden within the fight, but the Swain ultimate's not going to be able to help you save you alive that time. And no amount of Rage Meter will heal you. Engaging 1v5 on the Crocodile. Drop Dead Gaming looking to make a statement in game number 1. Come up with the victory and are starting to lead this series in the finals.
And Drop Dead Gaming accomplish what no team has been able to accomplish before, and that is take a game off of Omega Yeetless for a second time, right? This is the first time we've seen Omega Yeetless be down in a series, pass last one particular series in an entire season, right? Now that they're in grands, they're dropping a game here, and not just dropping a game. Drop Dead Gaming is picking that game up. They are taking that one for their own here, and they didn't do it just through the laning. They did it through the macro. They did it through the team fighting. They played Omega Yeetless game and played it well. And this team just fires off an absolute statement of a first game here. And I am absolutely excited to see how the rest of this series turns up here, because if game number 1 is any indication, we have got a banger of a series on hand. So don't go anywhere.
We need to work on your outros. All right, everybody, welcome back. Game number 2's draft just ready to get started here. Don't refresh your screens. Don't go anywhere. It is 1-0 so far with DDG leading this series pretty much unexpectedly.
Yeah, I gotta say, DDG, I definitely thought you had it in you, but I didn't expect it to be that much of a snowball, right? A lot of the times teams will get the upper hand against teams like Omega Yeetless, and they'll think to themselves, oh yeah, this is fine, this is great, we can put ourselves into a good position here, we can use that gold lead to, take a bunch more objectives, and then Omega Yeetless finds some kind of miracle team fight or some kind of, crazy macro play in order to get back into the game. And we saw the small inklings of it in that last game. Reeve did so much work on that Gwen jungle, constantly making sure that Brainpan didn't have a chance to play the game for most of the game, but it really only took one slip up, and all of a sudden, that misfortune just takes over, and Branding Fan did so much damage in so many of those team fights that it just went lights out for Omega Yeetless, and DDG gonna be taking game number 1.
Yeah, we already see some DDG fans in the chat thinking they could take this whole thing 3-0, and we'll just throw it over to the bracket real quick and just look at this DDG squad and their come up to be able to make it here to this grand finals. They had a rough go against that Art of War esports team, taking it to a map 5, 3 games. Then they 3-0'd Akuma Sides.
Yeah.
Like, a top front runner of this league. They 3-0'd them. And if they have the mentality that they were going into against that game, against that squad, which lots of those players, hell, the MVP of this league was on that team, and they 3-0'd them. I gotta think that they have the same mental here.
Not only was the MVP of this league on that team, the MVP keyboarder was also paired up with the highest rated support in the league, and their bot lane still came out on top. Drop Dead Gaming obviously going to be very, very high power team coming in here. And I gotta say, we saw a lot of bans towards King Coney last game.
It's starting again. Oh no.
And here we go again. So, I mean, I will say, so Vision of Empire, obviously a very strong player, but King Coney, also very clearly a very strong player. Honestly, probably the strongest top laner in the league here. Now, DDG are making sure that King Coney does not have a chance to really make use of any sort of skill discrepancy by banning away all of King Coney's most comfortable champions. And Omega Yeetless, if you're not going to take a pick early for King Coney, we've seen that DDG is so willing to literally just completely throw 5 bans over. So, right now, Omega Yeetless doing the same thing that we've seen from them in a lot of their drafts, where the first 2 champions are champions they don't want to deal with. Third champion is whatever they had to deal with that made the last game difficult. Meanwhile, on the other side, DDG say, yeah, King Coney, I don't like what you said about my mom, or something like that. Like, this feels personal. Right? Like, there's just so much of the bans going into King Coney's pool there, but Omega Yeetless was just going to play it calm, cool, collected. They're picking up the Ashe in response to that first pick Jhin. They're taking away the Volibear here, and I'm particularly interested to see what DDG take in response. You could take up the Leona, Braum, Senna's still available. Senna Jin's particularly good, but J4 going to be really, really good here.
J4
and
support.
Now, what do you take? I want to see a support. I think a support pick would be phenomenal here. Nautilus is on the table. Rel also works just fine. I mean, you got Cataclysm, you got Magnet Storm. Both of those things work together particularly well, but now you need more damage for DDG.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be where they're going to be coming into the mid lane. Neversaw was phenomenal in the Orianna last time around. I'm going to be expecting kind of a ban this time around too, because I don't know about you, Anti, but if you let through J4 Orianna, you might as well let through game number 2 as well, because that ball delivery system, Cataclysm Shockwave, I'm sorry, but that's just disgusting. So there's no way we let through J4 Orianna as a combination going into game number 2 here. Poppy's going to be picked up, just trying to deny this J4, just trying to deny those Rel engages. So they are getting through the Orianna. Okay. Do they have a play around?
I mean, like, because the thing is, right, it's not just the Orianna. Rumble is also on the table here, but Omega Yeetless, I'm going to call it right now. This is Poppy support. I think this Poppy's going straight to Ratchet, and we're still having the 5 bans for King Coney here. So right now, I think they're going to be going with mid lane pick here, and then we're going to finally see that top lane counter pick in the end, because you take 5 champions away from King Coney. He quite clearly still has some other champions to deal with, but now needs that counter pick. There's that J4 Orianna you were talking about. I would not be surprised if we saw the Rumble. I mean, this is just team fight after team fight after team fight composition, and on the other side, it's just DPS for now. Kennen also works just fine.
I think that's solid. Obviously, you're not going to have that equalizer to come straight on down on top of Cataclysm. But, you know, that Kennen slicing Maelstrom is also going to be just as annoying. Camille responded in the top side. This is a kind of a I'm gonna win my lane matchup here. For King Coney has a phenomenal Camille, has that split pushing potential on this champion as well. Whereas DDG's composition so far, to me, it's a little bit more oriented. I'm kind of favoring DDG's composition so far. It just screams out to me like the team cohesion, the play rounds, if they perform the composition properly and whatnot. Omega Yeetless, it seems a little kind of all over the place, but if we know anything about Omega Yeetless, when they're playing champions they want to play, which I'm assuming they all are comfortable and want to be on these champions' matchup, they're gonna give a team composition like that DDG has that is very, very solid, very, very oriented on paper, a good run for its money.
Yeah, so the way how the Omega Yeetless composition works out right now is they saw that DDG is building a push R composition. You can't do anything to our AD carry. We are just going to wombo the hell out of you here. And on the side of Omega Yeetless, right, you have, you know, the Poppy for the denial. You have the Ashe for the engage, for the pick. You have the Volibear for the single target pick here. But most importantly, you have the Camille to just completely take over the side lane. If King Coney can get ahead, Vision of Empire will not be able to join these team fights. And even if Vision of Empire does join these team fights, you can use the ultimatum to lock out one of the pieces of Exodia, right? So it's particularly important for the side of Omega Yeetless to get ahead in the top lane. So right now, we are seeing Reeve start on that top side, going to be pathing towards the bot lane, but I would really love to see Reeve just go ahead and do an early gank to the top lane. Just give King Coney a little bit of love here, but in the meantime, it is just going to be trade on trade on trade, already flash away from Ratchet.
Yeah, burning that onto the Poppy this early is just going to be able to help deny that kind of early engage. But, you know, as Rel is one of the champions, like, if nothing happens into the lane, she's kind of fine. Because if she W engages and it doesn't end up, like, hitting, it doesn't end up landing and knocking anything, then she's kind of dead. Especially in the composition that has a Poppy under the bot side. And Ashe that's not going to be able to allow her to disengage as easily. So if you're this composition of Brain Fan and Jordan Bot, you're kind of okay with being a little bit weak-sided right now. Because if nothing really happens, you're still going to be extremely strong. And then eventually, you know, that's going to open up Lobster to come on down. Bot side, like you see happening here. I don't think Reeve has spotted out that the J4 is coming. We have some action potentially coming on in. Reeve is looking for the counter. Invade. Barco Duck Ignite taking away. Lobster looking to be able to find the kill. Flashes for it. Is able to find it. While Jordan Bot is trying to deal with Ratchet. I think Ratchet can just beat Jordan Bot to death, so he's got to be a little bit careful. But first blood going on over to the J4. Unbeknownst, though, knowing that a Volibear is lingering around the corner, though.
Yeah, but, you know, the bear going to peek its head out just a little bit, and just like that, Lobster has to pop on out here. Ratchet psychopathically just kind of walking on in anyway, but I gotta say, right, Barco Duck taking the ghost on Ashe is kind of telling here. It's one of the summoner spells that you do not see very often in the bot lane lately. But what it does give Ashe over other AD carries is the ability to kite forward, right? And Ashe, one of the best AD carries, if not the best AD carry, at walking someone down through the entirety of a lane. So this Ghost is a very offensive pick. It's very far from a defensive summoner spell that you would usually see it taken as on some other AD carries. So it's not really something that we're used to seeing so much nowadays after those nerfs. But, I mean, Branding fans, sitting on the cleanse, going to be doing just fine after Barco Duck hits 6. And Barco Duck doesn't even need a hit 6 to chase down Jordan Bot, it seems. We're going to even up the kill count immediately. And it's looking pretty good for Omega Yeetless bot lane. But the question is, can Evil Lobster make a change in the top side with that lead in the jungle?
For sure, we have a little bit of a replay here. Jordan Bot unfortunately gets E'd on in, tries to escape, but it gets grounded immediately, and Reeve burns the flash forward to be able to get that stun. The lane gank coming in out of the Volibear. So the Evil Lobster trying to clean up the chickens. I believe that gold did end up going over to Reeve. Has to smite the big chicken though, so Lobster should have a little bit of advantage, at least in terms of trying to go for these first set of Void Growths. We have about 10 seconds until the rest of the neutral objectives will be online on the map. First Dragon's going to be an Ocean one. Definitely one that we want to get if we are playing Volibear. And we see Reeve knows that the J4 was in the top side and is immediately looking to come down into the spot side. Ratchet is able to find a great engage onto Brandyfan. Jordan Bot getting autoed down left, right, and center. Reeve looking for a potential grab around gank angle as the wave was kind of pushing into the Omega Yeetless bot side. I believe they should be aware that something is awry here. Are they going to go for this tower dive? No level 6. Poppy channeling the Hextech Flash is going to be able to disengage that one. I would have liked to have seen the potential force to the Dragon start with noticing that the J4 was pathing towards topside. But instead, they're still trying to commit.
Watch mid.
This tower dive. Yeah, mid lane. Emperor's Divide's gonna be committed on a Never Saw. And now Sloppy Tricks is to be able to auto this Orianna to death and at least force her out of the lane. Not finding the sort of prio that the Orianna was capable of last time against this Azir.
Yeah, it just kind of seems like the team that has Volibear takes the early game tempo, regardless of whether or not Volibear is actually the one there, right? But in the meantime, topside going pretty solidly for King Coney. Does have the CS lead. Gonna back here, gonna look to just either walk back or teleport back, as there's so much more gold onto this Camille. But in the meantime, with both mid laners looking for an opportunity to back, this Dragon is going to be a very lonely when it does get started up here. And if you look at that bot lane, the boots fully picked up for Barco Duck means that any misstep close to the tower against Omega Yeetless is going to get so punished so hard here. Ratchet, on the other hand, just going to continue to roam on the Poppy, just going to get as much vision down for his team as possible here. In the meantime, Slappy Joe making his way back to this mid lane, as we're seeing Nevermont and Jordan Bot both roaming up towards the top side. The Grubs are in a very good position for DDG here, but their jungler is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, sitting in the bush, trying to find some sort of bot side prio angle, trying to get that back into the favor of Brandyfan and Jordan Bot. And so that should realistically open up these first Void Grubs. There is a ward down on the area, so they will know if they are being traded off at least. We see some pings coming out to be able to check up on this Dragon. That tells me that Reeve wants to be able to go ahead and start up these Void Grubs shortly, just trying to make sure that objective is not being traded on off. Lobster is starting to path towards the top side, so will not be in the area to get an objective trade-off. And so you see that this Omega Yeetless team now starting to bounce back a little bit. They're getting these early objectives. They're playing for that early prio. With this bot side being so far ahead too, I'm expecting them to play into getting this first Dragon. There is a ward into the jungle so that they can see if Lobster is in this top side. We'll spot him out now on the map, and I would expect to see Reeve going for a recall and pop straight down towards this bot lane. Maybe even just walk there. Or maybe wants to invade the J4 himself. Meanwhile, Ratchet finds a great trade-off with Brandyfan onto Jordan Bot. Gotta be careful. The curtain call comes on out. Ratchet gets slowed. It's just forcing, trying to dodge it. Has to flash out the last one. The Shattering Strike goes wide, but Brandyfan's able to land the fourth shot anyway.
Yeah, and you can see that the Enchanted Crystal Arrow also does go on out here, as both of the bot laners are just looking to disengage here. They're not looking to do too much more, but Barco Duck playing like a bloodthirsty assassin here, looking for more than just the recall. Really wants to make some kill happen here, falling behind in the CS for it, just to get off a little bit more damage. And honestly, we're getting a full-on fight in the bot lane.
Yep, and unfortunately, Barco Duck gets the better half of Branny Finn. Not able to find the trade-off, though, so support for support, and 80k is able to pick up at least one as well, so...
Follow Bear's looking bot.
A bit of a better trade-off. Reeve looking for the tower dive. Does have the ultimate online, so they can look for it. Jordan bot shield's going to end up falling down here very shortly, and here comes Reeve smiting off that shield, looking to continue to go in. Shattering Strike into the Magnet Storm, doing their best. Goes unstoppable to disable the turret just to be able to escape. Eats one more turret shot, though, but Lobster does not want to go in for the cleanup. Wants to just play it safe, maybe look for this wave, as Reeve is just going to prod their way on out of here.
Yeah, in the meantime, it's been so good for Omega Yeetless in this game in response to game number 1 here. The Dragon only now going to get started up by Evil Lobster, but let's look at that fight in the bot lane one more time. These guys just absolute psychopaths. The Hex Flash exhaust coming on in from Ratchet just says, all right, I'm going to trade my life for this kill, but you will avenge me. I believe in you, Barco Duck, and Barco Duck going to be able to deliver on that one. Enchanted Crystal Arrow available, but no jungle pressure available for Omega Yeetless here. DDG going to get the extended objective trade, but right now, the big question is, what does bot lane tower look like?
Oh, Ratchet finds the great dash right on to Branny Finn. Now Engage coming in out of Reeve. Jordan Bot is in a little bit of a dismount form. Got to be a little bit careful. Evil Lobster first to put the flash out away, but the Enchanted Crystal is going to be able to stun him on up, but not for too long. Branny Finn maybe looking for a little bit of an off angle for this curtain call, but the HP bar's a little bit too high, a little bit too healthy. Sloppy Joe's just continuing to pump in the damage. It's a great shockwave, but it's a disengaged shockwave. Ratchet maybe wanting to come over the wall. I think he's going to opt not to. No, he spotted Neversaw. Is going to continue to run down this Orianna, but has a clean escape route. Wave going to be shoved on up under this mid lane turret. So no trade-offs after that little bit of a river scuffle that moved on over into the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just scuffle after scuffle, but in the end, nobody going to be dropping down here. But Ratchet, what in the world? I gotta say, someone has to take Ratchet's, Hex Flash privileges away from him, because the man's just using it at every single opportunity. It's honestly psychopathic watching this support just go straight on in as if he's a full tank. It's pretty terrifying. Meanwhile, in the top lane, that is almost a 20 CS lead for King Coney on that Camille here, and it seems like saving that counter pick for King Coney in the top side is paying out dividends. It's almost 300 gold in that top side, as the Camille needs to be ahead of the Kennen to make sure that she can lock the Kennen down in the side lane, and it's just been so good for the side of Omega Yeetless. Now the big question is, are you going to commit more than just the Camille? Are you going to commit more of your team coming on over here, as the objectives are getting started up here? And by objectives, I mean Void Grubs. One is already taken away, but this is still a possibility at the 4 Void Grubs.
They could get 4, they could get 5. Vision of Empire and Evil Lobster getting engaged upon. The rest of the squad have pulled on up, so only one is what you're going to get. DDG King Coney maybe looking to be able to come over the wall and stop a channeling recall, but the threat of the Camille coming into the fight is going to be just enough. Reeve able to pick up the last 2 Void Grubs, gonna have that 5 online, and when you're playing Volibear, you 100% are okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, that should be just fine. Barco Duck, on the other hand, not too happy about having to burn that flash.
Magnet Storm coming on out. The Jin Snare from downtown finds the stun off too, but the kill goes over to Jordan Bot with the Ignite ticking away. Unfortunately, maybe wanted to give that one to the J4. As now, turret plating will fall. Branny Fan picking up a little bit of extra gold. Has that static shift online, so gonna be looking to hit these next RFC LDR power spikes here eventually. As Ratchet may be looking to stop as much as physically possible. Are we gonna see an no enchanted crystal arrows off cooldown, so no enchanted crystal arrow out of spawn. So not gonna be able to stop this plate taking. Might actually end up stopping Ratchet's life here if they're not too careful on this Poppy. First turret will go over to the Camille though, into the top lane, getting the better half of this Kennen.
Yeah, I mean, Ratchet still had the Keeper's Verdict available there, so wasn't too particularly scared about the tower going down first there. In the meantime, there's a little bit of a scuffle around this Scuttle Crab here, as Orianna still looking for a little bit more damage. Does not have the tier available, so it's going to be a little bit rough in terms of the side laning here, but in the meantime, Vision of Empire in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, ends up getting engaged upon. King Coney has to get on out. He's going to re-engage with the hook shot, but not able to find a stun off Reeve, who commits the ultimate on the Vision of Empire, and will eventually find him. No flash, no slicing maelstrom, no mobility to be able to help you get away from this one. Topside Prowl being able to get picked up. Reeve is going to initially move straight towards this Rift Herald take right afterwards.
Yeah, in the meantime, bot lane has quieted down quite a bit. So much of the pressure has been left off of Bartgoduck and instead just shifted over towards that jungle support roaming combo on the side of Omega Yeetless. In the meantime, DDG have continually started putting more and more members towards that bot side, want to really make sure to take out champions like the Ashe when she doesn't have flash, when she doesn't have ghost, and when Ashe is just a sitting duck there. I mean, you have the J4, you have the Rel, you have so many ways to really lock her down here. But now, after that tower has gone down, King Coney going to be happy to just swap the lanes over, stay safe as possible. But once again, going to play it safe, not looking to 1v3 for free.
Yeah, Rift Herald going to be dropped out into the mid lane. Going to be looking to trade off this turret if they decide to take this next dragon drop. Dead TP onto the turret, though. That's going to be... Oh, no, he missed! Oh, needs to go back to driving school. Might be a little bit drunk here. So the Rift Herald's going to end up going wide. The Cataclysm straight into the backside. Emperor's Device going to be there to be able to match it. Slicing Maelstrom getting this done off onto Ratchet. And it's a huge two-man Magnet Storm. TP's going to be committed up. King Coney coming in from the bot side river. Evil Lobster forced to bear in the flash out on the way. Vision of Empire on the retreat as well. No HP, but King Coney hookshots and runs them down. The trade-off starting to swing back into the favor. Meanwhile, Reeve gets engaged upon, has enough HP though, not realistically too really worried about it. Never saw a little bit low onto the mana. The Rift Herald ends up falling, not able to find much prio or realistically anything either. Will the dragon be started though out of Reeve? It will finally come online, will be started, and I don't know if DDG can contest it. I don't think they will.
Yeah, I mean, it's particularly difficult for DDG to contest this here, but let's watch this Rift Herald one more time here. And I gotta say, it's pretty funny. You do get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the Orianna. You get Ratchet coming on in, making sure that there's no chance for the Orianna to get away from this knockup, and whoops! Just Tokyo drifting away from that one and immediately responded with the Shockwave from Neversaw, and the Keeper's Verdict gonna get stunned up there, and all of a sudden is looking so bad for Omega Yeetless, and it goes from bad to worse as the Magnet Storm Crashdown combo comes on in there. Reeve shows up to pick up the scraps, and King Coney comes in to try to make sure that there's no chance of the drag take after that one. But all of this started with that just barely misplaced Rift Herald.
Maybe misplaced Ratchet here into the bot side. Jordan Bot coming over, lands the Shattering Strike into a Shockwave. Neversaw able to clean up the kill, finally finding those angles on the Orianna like we saw last game. Starting to come online, 1-0 now. Has that Ludens online, looking to get those Dark Seals scaled as well. But while that we take a step back to that fight, the Kennen Vision of Empire got a double kill. It's going to complete that Leandri's and those Lucidian boots, or Ionian boots. So it's going to be Kennen maybe starting to come online and be a little bit of a problem. He can find these engages with the Slicing Maelstrom onto the back line. You know, we talked about it before. Barco Duck does not have cleanse, so if he gets a stun off on to this AD carry, it could spell disaster, as the bot lane might be spelling disaster too! Canceling out the turret though, King Cody goes to the Hextech ultimate, but it's gonna end up falling. Reeve eats the last tower shot from the Jhin ultimate, but the tower shot is able to help clean it up, and Neversaw's able to find the kill. The smite on the Slappy Joe, the pullback on the Remao is able to shut him down. Neversaw on this Orianna is starting to pop off with these team fights, and is getting more gold in their pocket.
Yeah, on one hand, I mean, you gotta say Neversaw is putting out a monster performance. On the other hand, I gotta give a huge shout out to Jordan Bot, just constantly in the right place at the right time with the Rel, with the crash downs, with the magnet storms, with the remount flip in order to cancel out that Shurima shuffle. And this Rel has been doing incredible here. But let's watch this one more time. So Ratchet just hex flashes on in, Psychopath as we know there, and everyone getting caught out here is King Coney on the back, not able to do anything. Reeve as well, not looking to make too much happen here. So now that that play is over, the two top lane and jungle duo from the side of Omega Yeetless try to make a tower dive happen, but during this whole time they are taking the tower shots again and again and again, and that's 4 members down here from DDG. And yes, you got your Rosier, but whoops, there goes the remount, and there goes your mid. DDG once again going to punish with a phenomenal team fight.
What started off looking like Omega Yeetless coming in strong into the early game might have started to turn into DDG's hands into the late game, a situation we're not realistically too familiar with this Omega Yeetless team. Sometimes it's actually the opposite, where they fall a little bit behind in the early game, but then they make up for it in this late game. If they get that early advantage and then they lose it into the late game, who knows what could be possible? Lobster, you know, he's looking for that Cataclysm, and instead they're just going to settle for this top side tier 1. Neversaw going to wait out the next wave, doesn't know who's still lingering around the corner. Lobster knows that Reeve is pushing down through this bot side. Incredible vision here from Jordan Bot to be able to establish that prio and to make sure that no sneaky Baron plays going to be coming online yet again in this game. 1 minute till the Cloud Dragon will be online. A Cloud Soul Ratchet has to use the Poppy Ultimate just to be able to get out here, but that sends away Jordan Bot. But a Cloud Soul in this composition, Jhin, Rel, the Kennen, the J4, I don't want to have to try to run away from this team.
Yeah, I mean, that is terrifying as hell. And not even just the Cloud Soul itself. The Cloud Rift alone means that some of these cross-map plays are going to be so much harder to make work for Omega Yeetless, and DDG are welcoming the sped up rotations so much here. I mean, you can play the choke points incredibly well, but most importantly, you can group up and death ball with terrifying efficiency on a Cloud Rift here. But right now, Ratchet, once again, does not have the Hex Flash available, so is somehow less threatening here.
Here comes Neversaw. They want to fight for this dragon. It's up and online now, and the Orianna is there. The ball's already been put on top of Evil Lobster. You can tell that they're looking for this Cataclysm Shockwave combo. Poppy Ultimate's still going to be down for another 40 seconds here, roughly, so they're not going to be able to take anyone out of this fight. But, you know, you've got a small window drop dead. If you don't start this dragon sooner rather than later, shall I say, the Poppy Ultimate's going to start to become a little bit of a problem as Omega Yeetless. They're just going to pull the trigger on the dragon. They're just going to say, fine, you know what, you won't, so we will. As an engage goes on to Slappy Joe, forces him out of the fight. Ratchet looking for a little bit of a wraparound gank angle, a little bit of, as the Enchanted Crystal, it finds Evil Lobster, and that jungler is out of the fight tit for tat instantaneously, and it's just a free dragon now for Omega Yeetless.
Yeah, most of the time these teams will try to either start a full-on fight or just kind of sit around, wait for that to go down. Oh my god, the shockwave!
It's absolutely massive. Curtain call comes on into Reeve has got to be careful. Eats 2. It's not able to eat any more. First is flash for flash though. No shockwave online, so it's just looking to slow up that Volibear. So you lose the dragon, you gain a little bit of a fight mid. Can you get this mid tier 1? If you can get this mid tier 1, it might all be worth it. If not, I don't really know if it was.
Yeah, almost certainly cannot get that mid-tier 1 in the end there. But right now, Brainy fans got to be a little bit trouble as King Coney just going to continue to split push on the side lane here. But the later and later that this game gets, the stronger and stronger that this Camille is, and the more and more of a problem she's going to be here, as Vision of Empire is already being locked into the side lanes by this Camille. King Coney, you got 5 bans given over towards this man, and the man's still performing on the Camille here. But here we are, game number 2. I would honestly argue that despite how even it is, Omega Yeetless have been in a very good position.
Yeah, 3k gold up on your laner as Camille? That's not where you want to be if you are DDG. That cannon is a crucial factor in your team fighting, because if that ball delivery system combo with Never Saw and Lobster goes awry initially, the cannon comes in with the slicey motion and gets a multi-person stun.
Oh, this is on Vision.
They're kind of looking for that. Yeah, they don't. I don't think they know that this is on Vision. Are they trying to force something? Are they trying to come for a flip? King Coney's into the bot side. Sloppy Joe is there, puts the clone over the wall, so they are 100% aware. You know, you've talked about it before, Anti. You can't sneak a Baron against an Ashe, and now it's already down to 4k, so whichever way this goes, Ratchet missed the ultimate. Ratchet missed the Poppy ultimate. That's absolutely massive. The Dragon already down to 2.4. Barker Duck's able to slay Shark. Jordan bot though, coming over the wall. It goes over to DDG. But can they get more off of it? Ratchet is dropped down to 1 HP. Kennen ends up falling. Evil Lobster might be next. Look at King Coney. He's ending the game right now. The inhibitor at minimum is going to be able to be what he's going to take. And now they're not stopping these recalls. They're not going to just try and stop this. They got an empowered Baron recall. They're just going to tell King Coney to get the heck on out of there.
Yeah, King Coney going to be able to pick up the bot lane tower and inhib on top of that one. But right now, it's still so difficult for Omega Yeetless to make anything happen against DDG's squad, because DDG have been playing so well. Anytime that you see Omega Yeetless squishies walk up, they're ending up getting shockwave. They're chunked for so much damage, they're in so much trouble, and they need to find ways how to actually exist against this team. But in the meantime, with Baron fully taken up here, Omega Yeetless needs to find some way how to deal with the inevitable Baron buffed minions, because you don't have the strongest of wave clear available outside of the Azir.
Yeah, I don't really disagree. But they're doing a phenomenal job so far. I mean, they killed off Evil Lobster and the Kennen, so that's at least 2 Baron buffs already gone. It's an invade into the jungle. Cataclysm was able to come down, get a 2-man knockup, but unfortunately, Evil Lobster, you're there by yourself, and 4 players turned on you in the nick of a dime. And now they going on in Hexic Ultimatum into the Magnet Storm, pulls them into the tower, but Jordan Blah is not going to be long for this world. Reeves able to find a kill. The bot side was already pushed in. Now the mid lane starting to get pushed in. 5 Void Grubs onto your team. Who needs a Baron buff when you have essentially empowered tower taking capabilities on the side of Omega Yeetless? About 50 seconds till the Dragon is going to be back online. It'll be Soul Point if they're able to pick up this one. And with this state of the game, it's looking like they're gonna.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much gold for the side of Omega Yeetless. Are we certain that DDG is the one that took Baron there? Right? I mean, that's one of those moments where you look back at it and it's like, well, that was a negative pro comps Baron power play
Classic
right
NA
here.
trade.
Yeah, but in the end, Omega Yeetless going to be able to pick themselves up quite a bit of gold, quite a bit of momentum, and quite a bit of vision into the jungle as the Dragon is coming up in less than 20 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. Jordan Bot may be the one caught out here. No one has the rest of the team there for a little bit of prio, for a little bit of heal. Ratchet is looking for an ultimate, though. Does not want to miss out this one. And goes straight into the wall. That might get caught up. Nope, oops, 2 away. And meanwhile, King Coney finds the best of Vision of Empire in the meantime, too. Evil Lobster engages straight onto King Coney. And there's Ratchet with the steadfast presence. Ashe is just over the wall, powering in autos against Jordan Bot, and he ends up falling, unable to get over the wall. There will be the volley bear, and the trade-off will be there for Brandy Fan, able to pick up 1 with this fight, so it's going to be at least a 2-for-1 trade-off. King Coney looking to catch up this bot side wave, looking to pressure on into the base. You know, Omega Yeetless, they have a lot that they can take before moving to the Dragon. Great Cataclysm comes out on, able to find Ratchet, but the autos from Barco Duck do so much damage. He's able to clean him on up. The third and fourth shot, not able to find much of anything. Meanwhile, King Coney is fighting in this base, still looking to be able to pressure out this through this bot side. But the AD carry is still alive, the mid lane is still alive, King Coney's still alive. They could still take this dragon.
They can still take this dragon, especially with their jungler coming up in about 10 seconds here. And one thing I gotta say, Cilantro, is that DDG are still finding opportunities for these fights. They're still finding themselves in positions to get as much gold as possible. They're not going quietly into the night. They are still fighting back here. But in the end, it's Omega Yeetless that's coming out on top this game. You have so many more avenues for team fighting. You have so many more stable picks in this game than we saw in game number 1 for Omega Yeetless here. And let's look at this one more time, right? So King Coney just chilling out in the jungle saying, all right, I know someone's going to come by this bush. There's no shot that nobody does. And here we go. Misses the W, but still lands the hook shot. And the Hextech ultimatum guarantees that there's no way out for Vision of Empire. And now with the top laner down for DDG, Omega Yeetless going straight on in. Reeve just goes straight in onto Brandyfan in the back line, and there's a jungle trade eventually, as the support gets traded for the jungler on one end here. But Omega Yeetless just continue to push forward until they can get themselves the jungle trade back so they can look for that dragon fight. And the entire time through, King Coney is pushing the wave directly under tower so that DDG cannot retaliate. But even so, DDG is still very much in this. They're less than 5k gold down, and in a game like this, all of that's just going to equate to skill issue. And I've been ranting about this for quite a while at this point, Cilantro, but for the first time in a hot minute, I don't have to rant about it. Brandyfan, thank you, for the love of God, for reading patch notes. Mortal reminder for the second game in a row. I'm so happy.
Yeah, gonna be cleaning up this build here shortly. I'm surprised he didn't go for the RFC in this build off, as King Coney is able to get the better of Evil Lobster. You get to see the fancy feet though. It's okay. This is just a good portion of them. The Enchanted Crystal comes down too, but the shutdown is gonna go over straight to Never Saw on this Orianna. But yeah, I'm a little intrigued that he didn't go for the RFC, especially against a team.
I think
like
he
this.
is going for the RFC still.
I hope he's going for it now. But now, meanwhile, you're losing out onto your base. Brandyfan may be able to get a couple of kills here too. Has to recall. The recall was canceled out though, but all inhibitors are open, and most of them are down. You're just missing out on that bot side one. And I've talked about this time and time again, Anti. A Baron with 3 open inhibs is essentially GG, I won the game.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of which, this is that Baron being started up here. It's not necessarily taken the fastest on the planet, but there's almost nothing that DDG can do in order to contest it there. And there it is, Baron taken off the table by Omega Yeetless. But at the very least, Cilantro, this is not Baron with 3 inhibs down. It's Baron with 2 inhibs down. Reeve, on the other hand, says, you know what? I heard what Cilantro was saying. I'm watching the stream. It's basically over. Here's my victory dance. But here we go, as the final fight of the game is coming up soon. It does not matter who it is that comes out on top. I can almost guarantee you that this fight will lead to the end of the game regardless of who wins it.
Yeah, we were playing in the patch with the new respawn timers, Anti, so no matter who dies here, you're going to have roughly a 45+ second cooldown in the gray screen simulator. But, it may be
also,
2 inhibs
there's that
down.
RFC.
Yeah, yep, got it online now too. So 4 item power spike for this gym. Finally able to match up the Ashe, who has 4 item of their own. Is technically full built if we count control ward in their build. So but now
75 gold full build.
The rest of these waves, looking to claim that 3rd inhibitor. 2 inhibitors down. Flash, it comes straight on out to the King. Coney goes in for the engage. She never saw supposed to be able to go gold in the Poppy ultimate. She's going to be able to isolate this 1v1. The Orianna first to burn out the flash, but it's not going to be able to matter much of anything. Shutdown comes on in. Great shockwave out of Never Saw, but the Hextech ultimate is going to be coming on in. Meanwhile, Reeve and company are trying to decimate this base. It's a great Emperor survive to be able to push them away into the Cataclysm. They go, and they're fighting in the Cataclysm with Evil Lobster. They do not care, because game number 2 is completely theirs, Anti. Omega Yeetless clap back and take a game of the series. They will, they might not be 3-0ing this, but they refuse to get 3-0'd.
Yeah, I mean, Omega Yeetless already pissed as hell after game number 1, going to be able to take game number 2 in a relatively clean and controlled fashion. There were some back and forth fights here and there, but in the end, it turns out saving counter pick for King Coney is going to work out, regardless of the fact that you've thrown 5 bans over to this top laner.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. They're gonna continue with the strategy on banning out King Coney? Is there someone else that realistically needs to get banned? Or are they really only afraid of that top laner? Well, we will find out in game number 3 when we come back with the draft.
side. Without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you, looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
All right, so both these two teams allergic to getting 3-0. We have a guaranteed game number 4 on the line here.
Woo, baby.
And one of these two teams wants to go on over to match point after this. You know, Mega Yeet list, it looked like they were firing on all cylinders, all 5 of them last game. They were playing angrily. You could tell they were wanting that comeback. They did not like the way game number 1 went. You know, they talked it all up, saying they were coming to come in here and 3-0. And DDG just said, nah, I'd win and take game number 1. And so they shut down that from happening. I don't think King Coney and company are very, very happy about that. And they might be looking to just completely sweep the next 2 games as well.
Yeah, I mean, that particular game was very, very much in Omega Yeetless' favor. And I honestly have to say, right, the unsung hero of that game is Ratchet, right? Ratchet was always getting vision, always getting pressure down, and always using the Hex Flash. Like, I gotta say, so Hex Flash is a very good rune to have, right? I think we can all agree that Hex Flash is usable, that Hex Flash is helpful, that there's a lot of champions out there that can make use of Hex Flash. I think all of us can agree that we do not use Hex Flash nearly as much as Ratchet. Ratchet uses that essentially on cooldown, literally always looking for some kind of play there. And honestly, I gotta say, I kind of love it, right? I mean, the support's going crazy at making sure that so much of that playmaking is available at all times. Died quite a few times for the play, but always looking for the play nonetheless here. In the meantime, as we go into these next games here, I honestly think that a lot of the game is going to hinge around the top side. Vision of Empire and King Coney have been going back and forth. The moment that one of them gets a lead, it just turns into a full-blown fight for the finish in the end here. And the first game, King Coney got counterpicked. Second game, Vision of Empire got counterpicked. So, you know, we'll have to see what exactly things do develop into as we continue. And honestly, I gotta say, these teams have had some very interesting drafts, but there's nothing more stable than a pro comp draft, and you're interested in getting underway with that, go ahead and take a look at our sponsor, Pro Comps.
Yeah, Pro Comps, you know, it's a phenomenal thing to have installed. Runs through the Overwolf client, so if you have some dog water thing like, I don't know, Professor installed, you might want to uninstall that and go get yourself Pro Comps, because it is like having a virtual drafting coach on crack. It can tell you through its own tier list that it uses, because it has actual pros. Oh, who would have thought Pro Comps uses actual pros to get their metadata? Oh my god, it's almost like it's in the name. So they use those kind of tier lists from those players to help them establish what you can be drafting and how you should play out these. So go ahead, go get yourself some Pro Comps. Now we're in the draft. Gotta bring up the elephant in the room. Do we 5-ban King Coney again?
Yeah, I mean, not only is it do we 5-ban King Coney again, what in the world do Drop Dead Gaming do now that you have the red side counter pick, right? Do you just save that one up for Vision of Empire again, or do you just specifically go for banning out King Coney at each and every moment? And you just say, all right, well, here's a good pick that King Coney won't have a counter pick for, or are you just going to continue with the same plan each and every time? And also, if Omega Yeetless do decide to pick up a pick for King Coney early on, what does Drop Dead Gaming ban for the rest of their bans? They've literally just been banning the same 5 champions each and every time here.
Yeah, and they're still just trying. I believe that
Follow me.
Omega Yeetless.
I'm calling.
I was just about to say. So far, whoever has this Volibear has won the game. If we're going off of trends here, I don't know if they're gonna first pick the Volibear. I think the Ashe is a better first pick. That's gonna open up for DDG to take the Volibear themselves if they want to be able to get Evil Lobster back onto that champion. But if Omega Yeetless, they opt for a strong top side. They run the risk of it getting counterpicked, and that didn't really work out well for King Coney in game number 1. Do we do that in game number 2? Like, we're banning Jax and we're banning Trendemir, or not Trendemir. It's Jax and I forget the other top laner. Anyway,
Rengar.
Yes, Rengar. Do we let one of those? Do we pick up one of those two, or do we let something like that? Who knows? LeBlanc coming on in. I'm gonna say it, Anti. There's a chance this is LeBlanc support. There's a world where this is LeBlanc support with Ashe, and Edfin might come out. There's the Jax. Okay,
there's the Jax.
They're getting King Coney Prio into the top side, letting him onto a comfort champion on the Jax. Run the risk of it getting countered here, but I feel like King Coney, honestly, can you really counter this, man? Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a difficult task to see here, but I mean, don't get me wrong, Ratchet's a psychopath. I mean, we can all agree that Ratchet is a psychopath. Parentheses, affectionate. DDG are still banning out top laners because they think that this Jax might still be going into the jungle, which honestly, I think is a perfectly fine thing to prep for. But right now, it is going to be the Azir ban, so the Rengar is still available if they want to just flex the Jax into the jungle and throw the Rengar into the top lane. And then you have yourself a not essentially too crazy team composition, but I will say, the LeBlanc is most likely going to be going over to the mid lane, but right here, I think we're going to get that mid lane pick. It is the Ahri. So if you're going to have that psychopathic LeBlanc support, this is the time that you want to pivot that. But I don't think we're going to get that. Like that, Omega Yeetless like to cook.
No!
I think that's too much cooking. There we go. We got the Braum. Keep it simple. Keep it safe. Right. And here we go. I think this is going to be the top lane pick.
Braum top lane. LeBlanc's.
I called it. That's all I'm saying. I called it from the beginning.
Okay, Set is going to be here, and they've given over counter pick to the side of DDG. Again, what are we going to pick into this? No Kennen Gnar. Okay, I don't not like the Gnar, but I also kind of... Okay, I also kind of don't like it against the Set. I feel like Set could just ult the Gnar into the team and just get mega value, especially if the Gnar doesn't have mega form, because if Gnar's looking to build mega form in the team fight, then he could just ult the mini Gnar and they could just blow up the mini Gnar off the stun from the Grand Slam, and then there's no mega Gnar to fight on. So I think the Set is really solid.
When it comes to the Set pick itself, so Set as a champion does quite a bit when it comes to these team fights, right? You have your frontliners, and all of a sudden you can't really position like a standard front to back composition, and Set is very, very good into that kind of composition. Now, Gnar works particularly well into Set, not just because of the laning phase, but also because in these team fights, because of the Set pick, right? So much of Set is focused on denying these, front to back team compositions. So Gnar is going to be looking for the flanks at each and every moment. And let's be real, if you don't have the wherewithal to be building up that rage for a team fight in the in a side lane or, right before a team fight starts, you should not be playing Gnar in competitive play. Rage Bar is unironically very, very difficult to manage as Gnar in a competitive setting, but being able to manage it well is what sets apart a good Gnar player.
I don't disagree, Anti. I think that we're going to see a new side of Vision of Empire in this game. And Arbar, gonna be a win con factor for them if they are able to find it. Well, Jordan bot Brainy Fan back on this sort of engaging bot lane side. Sloppy Joe going trade for trade with Neversaw into the mid lane. Who's going to be able to establish this prior though? Ash Braum, phenomenal win lane angle here with this two duo into the bot side. They play off each other phenomenally well. We've seen it time and time and time again. Do Barco Duck go completely offensive and go for the kills onto Jordan Bot and Brainy Fan? Level 2 Prio might establish whether or not they do. Jordan Bot going on forward, looking for the dredge line. It will be able to connect it onto the Braum. The double root snare comes on off, but it's just going to be a little bit of poke damage onto the Braum. And Ratchet's just like, okay, my 80 carry is still full HP though, so it's not that big.
Yeah, at the very least, it's looking particularly nice for the side of DDG here. Going to be able to get all of that early. Probably going to be able to get all that early damage.
Brainy Fan did not take cleanse into this bot lane.
Oh, that's crazy. Wow, Brainy Fan is playing with fire here, going for the barrier, not opting for the cleanse -1. But in the meantime, it is going to be Evil Lobster invading onto the red buff. And Reeve could be in a lot of trouble here, especially with all of that priority. I mean, we're seeing the Jax just path all the way around.
They had to have spotted him. It's 100% had to have spotted him. Church line straight onto the Braum. Going to be landing that Ignite 2. The
level 3
on out, but first blood goes on over to Evil Lobster on this Volibear. And if trends go where trends come, this Volibear first blood happened in game number 1. It's going to happen in game number 3. Are we going to see DDG claim this game? It's quite possible, but they still have a lot of League of Legends left to play out. But, I mean, so far, the Volibear does have a 100% win rate in this series.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm gonna say is the same thing I've said year after year. Volibear is broken, baby. As DDG going to be able to pick up an early 2 kills onto Evil Lobster. And man is cooking today.
Oh my, the Bears come out in full force tonight in this series. Both teams making it look phenomenal. Evil Lobster going to have a great recall timer here very soon, pushing on towards that Sundered Sky first item advantage. Going to set Reeve behind just a little bit in terms of the clear, because he's still got a full bot side he can clear out here. So he's going to be up at least a good 2 to 3 camps on this Jax eventually. No, Reeve just goes straight on over to the chickens, taking them on recall. Great play by Reeve, going and taking what he can into the top side. I would like to see him move towards the Krugs next, because Volibear realistically should be taking a back after these whoops. No, is not actually looking to take it back, but the Jax is going to move to the Krugs anyway. Volibear should realistically meet them if they're not going to run into each other here. Spawned out on a ward. Nope, they're going to walk straight past each other. Jordan Bot buffering that up with the dredge line. The Ash arrows. The stun comes on off. Barker Duck putting in a ton of damage, but it's all into the back of Jordan Bot.
Yeah, in the meantime, the Scuttle is going to get picked up for Reeve here. Still not going to be falling so far behind the Volibear, but there's so much fighting going on in this bot lane. No Ghost for Barco Duck here, but as we mentioned before, right, the Ghost, when it comes to playing Ashe, is essentially an offensive summoner spell. It's almost not going to be a defensive summoner spell with how much Ghost did get neutered for 80 carries lately, but you have to be very concerned with Ashe's ability to run forward, to just continue to auto you down, and you're seeing it here again and again.
There into the unbreakable will of Ratchet though. Church on lands as the shield goes down. Fourth shot online for Brainy Fan, but not looking for anything just yet. Volibear wrapping around, no vision to spotting him out. Wants to be able to come around the corner. Ratchet, I think, might have physically saw the bear for a split second there, and is gonna call it on out. Flashes the emo. Unfortunately, not able to find the gank off, but you are starting to still get shoved in under your tower though, so Nothing realistically too much too fun about, because now first dragon's getting taken up as well. Reeve should be able to realistically go roam down and be able to spot this one, but can he be able to stop it? The bot side prio not going to be pushing on up into this. Reeve knows that he's on the dragon now. He's the lobster down a level. Might have to get this one, but the bot lane is able to respond first, is able to come up and help fight off this Jax, but so is the LeBlanc. It's a 3v2, but I don't know if I favor this. It's not going to become shortly a 4v2. Even Lobster's able to smite up the dragon. Going on into the Brandy Fan, gets the stun off. Brandy Fan flashes on over the wall, lands the snare onto the clone though. Reeve forced the flash on her way. Ratchet is a quarter of HP. Looking to clean up the kill is Evil Lobster. Just going to be able to shield up off of the lightning strike. Gotta be careful though, Brandy Fan. You're about 1 HP. One more Ash Auto could realistically do it. Oh, Evil Lobster is able to find the kill. And Jordan Buck cleans up as well. It's a slaughter in the river.
Evil Lobster and Bears, oh my, Evil Lobster is going so crazy. 4-0-2, less than 7 minutes into the game, and all of a sudden this Volibear pick seems to be the pivot pick of the entire series. Top lane, on the other hand, goes all the way over to King Coney. Welcome back, Vision of Empire. You're still not getting the win out with the counter pick. It is so difficult over here, but let's watch this team fight one more time. Brandy Fan uses the force shot to guarantee the dragon take with the smite there. Flashes on over, and this is one of the few times that not having cleanse ends up working out in their favor. The barrier saves Brandy Fan's life. Evil Lobster is just able to get ahead and kill off Reeve. The shield does so much work for the Volibear, and one stun onto Barco Duck just buys enough time for Evil Lobster to get another kill on to Slappy Joe, who tries to go in for the kill. And it's just a matter of so much, I'm not sure if I could say complacency or ego, but it's just a lot of, you know, pushing forward from the side of Omega Yeetless in positions where they really can't, and DDG are going to punish each and every time.
One Void Grub taken from Evil Lobster. Understanding does not have the mid prio. Has Smite though, so can limit test a bit and take off the first one. Kikoni is able to flash out the W. The Rock Toss as well, going to go completely wide. So the Gnar not able to fight back on the first blood into the top side. That did go into the favor of King Coney. But great play so far out of Evil Lobster, taking that first initial Void Grub. So just going to be able to deny a full 3 from Omega Yeetless, and they can wrap around and take the next 3 when they have prio. So great pickups there. Now Evil Lobster looking to move towards this bot side. Wanted to get a recall timer off. Wanted to get that Sundered Sky online. This is the second time we've seen this Volibear with a Sundered Sky before 9 minutes and tied. And in game number 1 was the last time we saw it. And it was a huge lead that DDG were able to play off of, that they were able to push. But I'm kind of getting worried though, because this is still Omega Yeetless. Top side's going into the favor of King Coney at the moment. Mid lane's a little bit even with the already having a kill on over the LeBlanc. But like we mentioned before, a 3k gold lead and a dragon, that's not nearly enough to still be ahead of this Omega Yeetless squad. We gotta see what they did in game number 1 and continue to push this lead. And doing this with the Volibear is exactly how they're gonna do it.
Yeah, and it's even better for DDG because they're going to be spreading around the gold. They're going to be giving a kill over to Brandy Fan, making sure that the Jhin is enough of a threat on the backline here. In the meantime, Slappy Joe right now is playing the LeBlanc as a takeaway against Neversaw. But, I mean, picking LeBlanc blind in a meta where Ahri is super relevant isn't always going to be high value.
No, definitely not. And we'll see how this mid lane matchup continues to pan out over the rest of the course of this series. We're gonna have dragon spawning in about a minute 20. We need that mid prio. We've already been establishing this bot side prio. Static shift, first item into the bot lane, is going to help set that tempo, push out these waves exponentially faster on this Jhin, and move and roam towards these potential dragons. Brandy Fan though, I'm kind of scared for this AD carry. Oh, no. Enchanted
No flash.
It goes wide. No flash either. Stun is going to end up landing as well as the Braum passive ulti comes on out. Barrier. Will it be enough? It might not be enough. Nope. Ratchet eats up the turret shots. He stepped a little bit too far forward with no vision and dragon spawning, Branny, and you get punished. But a trade over into the top side going to clean up the last couple of these Void Grubs. It'll only be 3 before the Rift Herald spawns up, but it's at least better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, better than nothing indeed here. Vision of Empire also going to be able to get forward a little bit more, but Slappy Joe, oh my god.
Never saw.
And it's
Oh
taken
my.
straight down in the solo kill.
You never saw been performing in this series so far. Whether it's on the Orianna, you take his Orianna away, that's cool. I'll do it on Ari. And it's starting to come up big for this team once again. Now, you know, do we give him the Orianna in game 4? Do we give him the Poppy, or not the Poppy, do we give him that Ori or that Ari in game 4? Who knows if he decides to put on a stellar performance on this champion again. But there's Fan getting caught out, stepping a little bit too far forward with no vision, trying to clear up the wave. Had the prio, understandably, had the item power spike, was looking to push the lead, but unfortunately, wrong place, right time for the side of Omega Yeetless. But the dragon still unable to get picked up, and then as you can see in your bottom right hand corner while we're playing this replay, it goes over to DDG anyway.
Yeah, and you can see right here in the mid lane, on the other hand, Neversaw is just playing calm, cool, and collected. Just a very clean play from the Ahri at all points in time there. And Slappy Joe currently in a world of hurt for it here. And honestly, I gotta say, DDG have quite the lead under their belt right now. I mean, they're just continuing to put themselves ahead in gold, ahead in the objectives. And it's at a point where you're so far ahead, the game itself is starting to quiet down, is what I would say if we weren't getting more and more of these fights. In classic Omega Yeetless, always going to be looking for those opportunities. But like I said, game itself is starting to quiet down a little bit, like my co-caster's mic here. But in the meantime, King Coney just going to continue to farm up in the top lane as we're getting a full-on fight once again in the bot side.
Yep, it was Reeve looking for the gank, looking for the tower, gank under into the lane. Ratchet, one more foot shot, it goes and hits, but unable to find the kill off. Oh no, he gets it off the W snipe. Never expect it, and it comes up big, flashing the mastery too. Brandy fan saying, hey, we are winning this bot side. You might be playing some games, you know, you can flash all those emotes, Ratchet, but you're 0-4 right now, buddy. You might want to start putting them away.
Yeah, and right there, the captive audience gonna be able to just barely take that one in the very end here, and all of us only able to watch in horror as Brandy fan picks up another kill. This Jhin has been a part of nearly every single kill on his team so far.
Upside
and now,
gank. Lobster's coming up. Vision Empire misses the ultimate onto the Gnar, though the stun comes on out. Gotta be careful. The W from King Coney might be there. Ratchet's there for the cleanup, though. They want to push this prio into taking this Rift Herald. That's why Ratchet's pushed on up. They want the numbers. They want to be able to take this objective. Snaronton never saw, though the charm comes off, but he does get rooted. Flashing over the wall will be Ratchet. Flash for flash on the never saw, who takes the blast cone. Might have pushed Evil Lobster into danger, though. Will have to ulti on over the wall, and Slappy Joe is there meeting him with the chain, but the charm comes out. The clone, he's just able to escape barely in the nick of time. They have the numbers. They pulled everyone there. They get the objective. Great play coming out of Omega Yeetless.
Yeah, and you can see right here, Barco Duck in a lot of trouble on this bot side. Death charge committed.
Into the snare. Can they be able to combo this? The Ashe will fall. Not only do you he gets a static ship shot on the kill of the Ashe to clear out the wave. That's absolutely phenomenal. Not only are you going to lose an entire wave here, you're going to lose your turret as well. More gold into the pocket of this Jhin. Going to be hitting these power spikes that much quicker. And I'm starting to get a little bit afraid if you are the Omega Yeetless squad going into playing against this bot side, because the only people that can get on to this Jhin are the Jax and the LeBlanc. Nautilus sitting there, and you have a Volibear for Peel as well. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult here, and I know, Cilantro, you said that you might be getting a little bit afraid. What I'm getting a little bit is a sense of deja vu. This feels kind of like game number 1 all over again.
I don't disagree. The gold lead has dwindled into F5, just roughly 5k. But that's not enough. I'm sorry. We're going to keep riping on it. We're going to keep harping on it. A 5k gold lead, 2 dragons, 3 void grubs. That's all cool. That's all fine and dandy. But it's not enough against this Omega Yeet squad. Hell, if you have a 10k gold lead, I still would not consider it enough against this Omega Yeetless squad, because they're just that darn good at finding angles to win out these games and get the plays across the map. speaking of plays across the map, King Coney is going on to Vision of Empire, but the Dragon's going to be spawning here in about 50 seconds. The timer on this is winding down, Reeve, if you don't want to give over a free soul point. But I think that the jungler will eventually be spotted out here soon up Vision of Empire. Ping's coming out for a bot side gank off potentially, looking to run down Barco, Duck, and Ratchet. Once again under the turret, will they be able to find the kill? The Brandy Fan's in there looking for the curtain call. The W's going to end up landing, lands off the root. Rift Tower gets spawned out to the top side, but the curtain call shots are cutting to fire on in. Disabling the tower will be a Evil Lobster, and they find the double kill into the bot side. You can take my top side. You can kill the Gnar. We don't care. We killed your bot lane. We're going to kill your bot tier 2. We're going to take this dragon. We're going to move to Soul Point. This DDG squad, they are pushing these leads phenomenally.
Yeah, and it's just like what you were saying earlier, right? It's not about the gold lead. That alone isn't enough to take out a team like Omega Yeetless. What you need is momentum, and DDG have found themselves their momentum. They're continually punishing at each and every moment, and that is why this squad's coming out on top here. Slappy Joe right now does not have an avenue for easy ways to clear out this wave, and in the meantime DDG gonna start up this dragon, just gonna continue to put out so much damage, to continue to put out so much pressure, and most importantly to continue to hold on to the momentum. As long as Omega Yeetless never gets a chance to play their game, DDG very much have an avenue to come out on top, but you have to stay vigilant. You cannot let yourself get complacent, because DDG have proven themselves very much capable of taking the series over Omega Yeetless.
I agree. Sitting on Soul Point now. Baron will be spawning in about 2 minutes. The next Soul Dragon, though, will be up in about 4. Do we make a play mid lane? Do we try to take this tier 1? Because that's the tower that's pretty crucial, you know, and actually pretty impressive. DDG is doing all of this without mid tier 1 gone. So, like, if they could try to push this lead now, I'd like to see a little bit of a grouping mid, you know, get like a 1-3-1 split, you know, send the Gnar into the bot side, let him farm realistically up for a good free amount, you know, get him to get these tankier items online, he's finished that Triforce. So, guys, just let him be careful, because he's gonna drag eventually Reeve to that bot side, and that can open up the dragon. So I want to see Vision of Empire down here matching King Coney on the set. Might not win out in the 1v1. The Triforce is going to help out with that, but he's got a tower to lean back onto. And he's just got... This is exactly what we need out of him. We need to force Reeve down to this bot side. We need to force all of these members to this bot side. But I don't... But they're collapsing to help save Vision of Empire. I don't agree with this. Shove mid lane. Go take the mid tier 1 while there are 4 people in the bot lane. Like, that's what I want to see happening.
Yeah, in the meantime, Omega Yeetless are the ones walking forward as if they're the ones with the gold lead. They're just forcing DDG back, because DDG want to not lose. They're not necessarily playing to win, but at the very least, they're getting trades off on the other side of the map.
There we go.
It is not just going to be the empty rotations. They are still getting the objective trades -1 for Vision of Empire here. But in the meantime, King Coney right now still able to draw so much pressure towards the bot side. Never saw in it's just going to continue to push out the top lane, though.
Yeah, dodges up that Enchanted Crusader, but it's okay. One's going to be back online in the next 30 seconds. So, Baron, 25 seconds from spawning now. That's a great route off into the curtain calls. Lightning circles down, the stun lands. Will the Unbreakable will be enough? Barker Duck is 1 HP. The Death Charge. Brandy Fan finds the kill straight onto the Braum. Slappy Joe's there for a little bit of peel, though. That turret is already down to about half HP. The bot side turret will eventually fall, though. King Coney getting a better half of the laner that time around, cleaning up that turret. But this turret is not going to be long for its world either. Finally, 20 minutes into the game, the mid-tier 1 on either side will finally fall. But what can we do with this? Can we snowball this into a Baron? The only pick you have is Braum. He's back onto the map, so realistically, there's not much we could do. We take recalls, we cash in this gold. The Ahri has finished Malignance, is like, I don't know how much gold the Ahri's sitting on after banking all that, but I'm just going to say 1,100 gold away from finishing this death cap. If they can snowball that, so she's about 600
so 500 gold off.
Yeah, from finishing this death cap. That's a power spike you want to take into the Soul Point Dragon.
And I will say, Cilantro, so this has been an excellent performance from DDG, right? I mean, they've been playing so unbelievably well here. One big disadvantage I am seeing from this team composition, though, they have very, very little Baron DPS. Right? You cannot really find your ways to threaten the Baron in the same way that a team with Azir or Vayne would have, for example. But in the meantime, they're going to be able to stay safe, stay in a good position, and constantly be able to threaten the rest of the map, barring this neutral objective. They have a lot of single target damage, they have a lot of poke, they have a lot of ways how to really soften up the members of the Omega Yeet list. But in the meantime, until you can get vision of all 5 members on the opposite side of the map, I don't think that they're going to be comfortable enough to be dealing with Baron.
Yeah, and I can already see that Omega Yeetless wanting to opt into their usual strategy here. They've got full topside vision. I mean, look at the map. They've got full topside vision. They want to threaten this Baron. They want to pull DDG away from taking Soul. They want to pull them away from claiming this Dragon Soul. But it didn't work for you in game number 1. I'm 99% sure it probably won't work for you in game number 2 because DDG is expecting you to do something like that. In tandem, actually, I would like to see DDG go threaten the Baron because you're sitting on Soul Point. You don't need this dragon. You can go get Baron.
I mean, on one hand, I would love to see that. On the other hand, it's exactly what I just mentioned, right? I mean, DDG just do not have the Baron DPS right here. So as long as you can get some vision around the Baron, you can always make sure that Omega Yeetless never have a chance to rush it themselves. But I mean, Ashe isn't building Bork. She's sitting on that Kraken Slayer, so she's not going to have the kind of DPS needed to take out a Baron here. In the meantime, Chemtech Soul is honestly going to be fine here. It's usually a non-factor in a lot of games, but with a Volibear at the very least, it's going to be able to do you quite a bit of good. So there is the Chemtech Soul going over to the side of DGG. A dragon that doesn't do nearly as much as if it were like a Mountain Soul or an Infernal Soul. It's not instantly gain ending, so I understand why Omega Yeetless aren't looking to fight them for it. But the big question is, what is it that Omega Yeetless were doing during that time period, right? What were they looking for? What were they doing in order to, you know, try to trade the objectives on the map for that one? In the meantime, it doesn't really seem like there's much of an answer there, right? King Coney is still farming up the side lane and still looking to just side lane on his own, not necessarily playing a game of competitive League of Legends. It essentially feels like, you know, farm simulator set.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what Omega Yeetless's game plan or end game goal here is with this set, because I mean, sure, he's up an item, he's able to, you know, he's playing set, it's carryable, but we talked about the poke, we talked about the CC, we talked about everything. I mean, if a set is just running at you point blank, I mean, I'm pretty sure we all play League of Legends know what he's trying to do, and we could just easily shut that down if we're DDG, like phenomenally well. Like, you hit him with an RE charm or something, full chain CC combo him, and just blow him on up. Because if he can't land W, he can't land ulti. What can he do?
Yeah, that's a big question here. Never saw in position.
Reeve does put out those counter strike, so not going to get stunned out just yet. But the positioning is already there for this Baron out of DDG. And, you know, like you mentioned, I don't think they take it very fast. They definitely need some sort of pick. They need some sort of prio. And they're not realistically able to find it. So right now, it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate for these two teams. And I'm not going to lie, I'm getting kind of scared, though, if I'm DDG, because Volibear does not like the game to go for 40 minutes.
Yeah, Volibear needs to end these games early, or else he's going to be losing his status as, you know, just a god of controlling the tempo, of just controlling the overall state of the game here. And I gotta say, Ahri with no Spirit Rush is significantly less of an issue to deal with here. Sloppy Joe's is going to be looking around to try to find that Ahri. But one thing I also want to mention, Cilantro, never saw picked up a Cursed Book.
Oh no, GG.
I love Cursed Book. I love Cursed Book so much. I swear, DDG's itemization is just after my heart, you know? like pick up Curse Book when it makes sense. You pick up, actual items that make sense based off of the actual damage points. And right now, they're just going to continue the jungle invade, and so much momentum, but very little damage actually put down onto the side of Omega Yeet list.
Yeah, we hit a stalemate. I'm not gonna lie, nothing has been realistically happening. 6k gold lead for DDG, but there really ain't much that they can do with it right now. They're gonna threaten Baron. They're gonna go for it. For any fan, we're gonna be able to have a little bit of cooldown in terms of damage, but that's 2k damage already gone. And have they found a turn angle? It's quite possible that this Ratchet took one step too far forward. Now they're going to threaten up this mid-tier 2. They'd say, hey, we're down a character. That's cool. Reeve goes in, lands the charm onto Reeve. Counter-Strike comes on out too, but the Spirit Rush charges are going to be there. But instant stun onto Brandy Fan. Barrier, and Reeve completely falls. Sparkle Duck gets engaged upon by Vision of Empire, and the curtain call has shut the curtain down on this Ashe 80 carry. Those are the picks they needed to claim this Baron, potentially claim this game. I don't know, Anti. They're sitting at a 7k gold lead. Baron's gonna further extend that. At what point is it enough to say we can finally wallet diff Omega Yeet list?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this is the time that DGG have where there's like, all right, you know what? I think we can wallet diff. I think we can just walk up and make something happen. I think we have the ability to just take this game here, as the only person in control of their laner right now is King Coney. And I use that term very, very sparingly because, yeah, sure, don't get me wrong. King Coney's up, almost 70 CS. But that doesn't mean very much when you can't stop the Gnar from roaming away, right? I mean, Vision of Empire wasn't even forced to teleport to that fight. Just walked on over. King Coney didn't take the tower in response.
1 minute.
Did not have much in terms of pressure there. And 1 minute on Elder Drag, and here comes the Fnatic push.
Reeve is going to land the counter-strike straight on the Brandy Fan. The ultimate's committed out of the volley pad. They're trying to be able to feel for this 80 carry. The Root's able to come on down too. Brandy Fan's forced to flash away. Vision of Empire has a little bit of a flank angle, but no Mega Gnar farm more. Nis gets the chain off with the Root though. They're all super weak on the side of DDG. Jordan Bot eats a W from King Coney straight to the face. Vision of Empire flashes on in, tries to get the ultimate off. The Ahri finds a kill. It's a 3-man Grand Slam, but it doesn't matter because Brandy Fan, just like in game number 1, just like in game number 3 now, it's his show. It's his time to shine. It's not a misfortune. It's a Jin. And who better to have an audience than the 4-man himself, as Neversaw cleans up the ace, finding Reeve. And who needs an Elder Dragon when you can just end the game?
Yeah, King Coney finally gets an opportunity to join a team fight, throws in the showstopper, but the show's been over for a while, my friend, as DDG going to pick up so much off of that. They're not going to look to end the game just yet, simply going for the 110% plays here. And honestly, when you're up this much gold, up this much momentum, making sure you're not egoing things is one of the most important things to do here. So with 5 members strong, they're going to have the Elder Dragon. They're going to have a guaranteed win on the next fight here. But let's look at this fight one more time. Reeve goes on in onto Brandy Fan, puts out a lot of damage, but immediately DDG turn and try to make sure that Brandy Fan gets a chance to play the game as much as possible. King Coney gets locked up by Neversaw, but finds one opportunity to throw the Haymaker onto Jordan Bot. And that's great and all, but you've used one of your highest damage abilities onto a single champion, and that champion's the support. So with one champion down there, it ends up being DDG to have all of their damage dealers available for this. And Neversaw fully completes the deal onto Reeve. And King Coney can't even throw a Haymaker, can't throw a Hail Mary, and can't throw a punch to survive.
All that gold in your pocket, but it can't stop bullets. You're gonna end up falling, King Coney. 40 seconds on your gray screen simulator, and you might not get out of it because they're looking at end game number 2 here. Or 3, I can't even count anymore. There's been so many kills. It's been an absolute bloodbath. As Gozo is Evil Lobster able to cancel out at least 1, maybe 2 of the turrets. It's a 3-man stun. Reeve gets caught out, rooted though, ends up falling to Brandy Fan. They're able to find 2. The curtain call might be lights on out. Ratchet falls. It's a clean ace. Evil Lobster the only one traded up, but he's gladly going to be able to do so. A 27-4 decimation from DDG. Claim game number 3. Move on to match point in these grand finals.
All right, and beautiful stuff to DGG. We saw game 1 was dominant as hell. Game 2 was dominant in the opposite direction. Game number 3, once again, the for every single action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and Newton's third law seems to be coming into play here as we're getting the constant seesaw between these two teams. And there's one thing, if anything, that is also a constant seesaw, and that is the Volibear pick, right? Volibear might not necessarily be doing the most damage, might not necessarily be doing the most CC, but is very much doing a huge amount of momentum carrying for these teams, Cilantro.
Yeah, it's gonna be pick or ban now. I think. With the way the set is going, this Volibear has a 100% win rate in this series. So I don't know. It's gonna. I feel like we're approaching pick or ban territory, and if anything proves right, they're gonna pick the red side in game number 4 here, Omega Yeet list. They're gonna force this DDG team to take some sort of 80 carry like that MF, like that Jin, in B1 and take the Volibear in R1, R2 themselves. But who knows? We still got a lot of League of Legends left and a match point for DDG draft coming up soon in game number 4. So don't go anywhere.
see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Here we go. Game number 4. I'm not forgetting my numbers this time. We are sitting at match point for DDG. And yes, this scoreline is correct. They are about to take the series against Omega Yeet List unless somehow they have something planned up their sleeves, like in game number 2, to shut them down and take it fully to a game number 5. It would be in true Omega Yeet List fashion so far to take this grand finals to a game number 5. But DDG, I feel like they're riding some hype. They're riding some momentum. They found some dominating, like not even like close, like, okay, we came back, we turned the game here, you know, we read something that they've been doing before in these games to find it come back and go, no. They started stomping at minute 3 and kept stomping into minute 30 in game number 1 and in game number 3. And so, like, they've cracked the code so far of this team, and I think that they could do it. I think that there's a lot of people at home that think that this is going to be our final match.
Yeah, I'm certain that there's some people out there who think that. And I also got to say, right, at the very end of that game, it wasn't just a mad dash for the Nexus. You can tell that Drop Dead Gaming's team is not just playing off of feelings. They're playing off of, all right, what's the rational position here? What are we going to go for? All right, we can get 2 inhibs. We can go for the Elder Dragon. Then we can look to end the game, right? It's always calm, cool, controlled, and collected. And a lot of that was off the back of Evil Lobster's Volibear once again going crazy in game number 3 here. And remember, these teams aren't just playing for a chance at the winning of trophy, podium, whatever you want to call it, the championships. These teams are playing for a chance to fight in the battle of the leagues between Titan and Aegis.
Oh yeah, we have not talked about that yet. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the promo screen here, as we have not yet to mention in this broadcast the Battle of the Titan Ages. You know, that name's gonna catch on. I'm telling you, the Battle of the Titan Ages. Like, that's gotta be it. That name's gonna catch on, and if it catches on, I want 5% of the proceeds. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Anyway,
baby. Anyway, but as far as the Battle of the Titan Ages, as Cilantro likes to call it, is confirmed, this is a collaboration between 2 phenomenal organizations in League of Legends here, and is going to be a battle between the champions of each of the divisions in this league. The Immortal League versus the Marauder League. Conqueror and Eternal taking on Executioner. Divinity versus Protector. Vanquisher versus Defender. And it's going to be a crazy amount of high-level League of Legends at the top of the amateur scene here, and it's going to be mad fun the entire way through. So make sure that you catch those. They're on the weekends, so even if you're not able to catch things during the regular week because you have school or other obligations, this one should be a lot easier for you to get a hold of. But either way, remember, this is what hangs in the balance. It's not just being crowned the champions. It's not just Omega Yeetless perfect record being taken away here. The potential of this game could decide the entirety of, the battle of the Titans Age and Ages.
You know what, I'm gonna pitch this, okay, right? And if anybody else out there that runs a league, that's watching this game, whatever, just hear me out, right? This is my promotional pitch, okay? We have an amateur league version of Worlds where we get Titan, Aegis, Risen, and Blue Otter, and the number 1 seed from each of those teams will go on into, or like the 2 people that go to the grand finals in each of those leagues will go on and the two teams, the number 1 and number
2 people. I heard you. 1v1 league. This sounds funny as hell.
The number 1 and number 2 seed from each of those leagues, respectively, that ends up winning. We could just do the highest level. So let's just say our Immortal League, our 600 LP cap leagues, right?
Okay, but either way, now that we're in draft, blue side first pick, I want to see Volibear. Yes, there we go. Oh my god. So DDG going to be picking up the Volibear.
It's GG. DDG won.
First pick. And I think that actually might be the decider. This Volibear has been so unbelievably impactful. But if there's anything to deal with Volibear, there's quite a few champs that are available, right? I mean, one of them would be like the Udyr, Jarvan, these champions that can both either clear really fast into Volibear or run away from him if he does engage on them. So Omega Yeetless starting to cook a little bit, pick up the Udyr and the Sivir, 2 champions that aren't really contested in response, and they leave up the Ashe, they leave out the Jhin. So DDG right now, I think, are almost certainly going to be going for Ashe Braum, so that way the Sivir doesn't have a chance at spell shielding the stun, but Depth Charge also works out just fine for DDG here. So Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Depth Charge, there's only so many things that you can shield as the Sivir here. But I gotta say, Volibear to start things off is terrifying as hell for Omega Yeetless.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is so far, Omega Yeetless, they're wanting a end game win con angle. They're pulling out this Sivir, the 6 item I win game champion, right? They're pulling that out. They got Udyr, has some pretty great tank scaling, Azir has got some scaling on the back end of them too. Omega Yeetless are in a position, I don't think we've realistically seen them much before, but they're setting up a 45-minute we win game composition.
Yes, that is true here. I will also say the Camille getting taken off the table means that the Jax is still available for King Coney in the top lane, and also, going over to Reed there. But I will also say the last time that we saw this team in a position like this was against Dorado last season as Omega Mario Kart, where they were down a game on match point. They had just lost a game to an Ahri, and now, right here, you have the Mundo pickup. I would love to see something like a Jax, like an Irelia, something that, a champion that builds Bork into the Mundo that's willing to just, continue to just pelt him down on repeat. The Akali coming through for Neversaw, though. The gauntlet is thrown down, and Slappy Joe now needs to play immaculately in the mid lane, and the set once again picked up for King Coney here. And this is the back against the wall comfort picks for Omega Yeetless. There's only time will tell whether or not this will work out for them, but this is their last chance.
Yeah, it 100% is. Neversaw gets his Ori taken away. It gets his Ahri taken away after game number 3 there. I'm scared of this Akali. We haven't even seen it ever before out of Neversaw, and I'm already scared because he had 2 games on Orianna, looked phenomenal on both of them, had a phenomenal first game of the series on Ahri. I am a little terrified to see what this Akali can do.
Yeah, honestly, it should be interesting at the very least to see what the Akali can do here. But as we can see here, right, it is going to be your standard 5-pointing. There is going to be essentially no variation from either of these teams. They're keeping it safe. They're playing it calm. They're playing it cool. They're playing it collected. But most importantly, they're playing it to not lose. It's not that they're playing to avoid, they're not playing to win here. They're playing to not lose. They're not just throwing themselves at each other and hoping something crazy works out here. Neversaw gonna look for that early vision, and Reeve going to immediately oblige over there. But in the meantime, early push goes over to Slappy Joe.
Yeah, and both junglers going to be starting into the top side. So they're both going to be looking to map towards this bot lane. A little understandably, wants to get Brandy Fan ahead on this Ashe, wants to get Jordan bot. They have a little bit of cryo on there, but Sivir, something we typically see weak-sided, but then you go ahead and you lock in the Leona on Ratchet, so it can be strong-sided. And they want to get that Udyr down there, get that early gank, shut down this Ashe as quick as possible. And kind of strong side, this bot side Sivir Leona, because, Sivir will be able to match that clear onto the Ashe. It's just a little bit of dredge line poke. They're just trying to establish that level 2 prio. Sloppy Joe Neversaw going back and forth. The Shroud's going to end up going down. Neversaw taking damage from the Shurima clone, as well as from the wave. Definitely a little bit of a bad trade there coming out of the Akali. That's Dornshield though. Volibear wrapping around the corner too. Are we going to have another first blood over to the Volibear? I don't know. Udyr might be lingering around, just be there for the peel, for the counter. Getting Sloppy Joe playing at max range. We'll be able to deny that one, and Reeve comes on in for this counter gank angle. Not going to give over first blood, at least yet, to this Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, level 3 onto Slappy Joe, going to be incredibly difficult for the Volibear to get a gank on until that level 6 comes on through. In the meantime, Evil Lobster going to be invading towards this bot side, and there's a full-on fight in the river.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Ratchet getting slowed up off of the autos. Doesn't have flash. Hextech flash on cooldown too. And Evil Lobster and Jordan Bot are roaming around the opposite side of the wall. And first blood goes over to the Ashe this time. Not the Volibear, but at least he gets an assist on the kill. Extra 50 gold sitting in his pocket. But Brandy Fan is riding the momentum from game number 3 straight into game number 4, finding first blood on this Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1 was looking so good for DDG. Game number 3, the same. And if patterns mean anything, Omega Yeetless should be the ones in the lead in this game, but it's looking far from it. Instead, they're just going to continue to be on the back foot here as DDG are going to pick up the full lead here. You can see in the chat that everyone is throwing everything at the kitchen sink towards DDG as far as channel points are concerned, but nobody is believing in Omega Yeetless right now. It's just so terrifying for this team here on the verge of elimination in grand finals.
It's like watching Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, man. Everybody wants to see the reigning champion lose. DDG with their back, or Omega Yeetless with their backs against the wall. Everybody is wanting DDG to get that win. They want to shut down these reigning champions. Everyone likes to see somebody new win every now and then, while Jordan Bot's looking for a little bit of a gank angle into the mid lane. The wave is going to be shoving on out. Sloppy Joe stepping a little bit forward. The Shroud's already going to be committed, though. He's already used the clone. Can he land this stretch line? He does! It's phenomenal! It's looking great. Shuriken flip. It's a turret shot, though. Neversaw. Going to be a little bit late to this roam timer. Will Ratchet, but the trade-off eventually goes back into favor of Sloppy Joe, who hits a level up and trades back against Neversaw.
Yeah, you can see the clear decision to play it safe, to make sure to not give a single kill over to the Akali, because Neversaw can snowball this so unbelievably hard here. Also dragging up Ratchet here, make sure that the wave goes all the way in, but
wait, Volibear's coming. Dredge line lands straight onto Ratchet. Root comes down too. Volibear's in Narnia, though, not able to reach there in the nick of time to be able to clean up the kill, though.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the volley, leaving this Narnia is not going to bring you back to where things began, but instead the flash in from King Coney going to send that man back to his beginning.
Yeah, King Tony finally finding a killing. Well, he did find a killing onto the Gnar last time around, but they're gonna keep funneling gold into this set. I mean, it didn't work in game number 2, or in game number 3. It didn't work. I mean, we just left King... Lobster's gonna be able to take a free Mountain Dragon here. But the set really didn't work in game number 3. And so I'm wondering, okay, what is your game plan, Omega Yeetless? Are you still just gonna try and prio and play around King Coney? Because I feel like we still have another composition here that can pretty easily kind of shut down the set. The set, yeah, is going to be looking to ult this Mundo into the team fights, most likely. That's going to be kind of that frontliner, doesn't really have the angles to be able to kind of disengage and dodge that one out. But Brainy Fan should be realistically far from being able to get hit from this set and can just pump out those autos and just slow them up as Vision of Empire is about to get solo bowled in the top side again. I don't know if you see this health bar. King Coney's dropping extremely low too, but both of them, one having Grasp, one having Conquer. It's a battle of who can heal up a little bit better. Empire burned out the ultimate, Coney burned out the ultimate as well, but the level up is going to give him that little bit of an advantage as Reeve moves down to the bot side. Nothing realistically there to go for the taking. Although there's a Void Grubs into the top side. That could be free for the taking. Empire's going to turn back around. Power shots come out. King Coney W goes off, but it's dead anyway. Lobster finally finding first blood on this Lolly Bear. Can snowball that into taking these Void Grubs potentially as well into the top side. Reeve's going to be pathing straight on towards that, but he has the mid lane prio on this Akali pushing in Slappy Joe. So it should be, at minimal, one free Void Grub for the taking.
Yeah, and just like that, what is a king to a lobster? Is the Volibear going to come on in and get a munch out of King Coney there? As I will say, right, the big issue with the Gnar in the last game versus the set is that Gnar is always able to deny set and all in, right? So even though King Coney is obviously very practiced on the set, very strong on the set, just wasn't able to find an angle to get many kills outside of the single solo kill in lane. Mundo, on the other hand, while also very good at disengaging, not nearly as good as Gnar, right? Set is going to be able to catch up to that kind of a champion, still is going to be able to optimize for the 1v1. I mean, Set being able to build a Bork into Mundo is going to feel particularly nice in this matchup. Also stacking up with the percent health damage on your Qs. And this just turns into a much more volatile top lane matchup. We're going to be seeing a lot more Evil Lobster in this top side, I'm certain, as far as King Coney continues to put out this much pressure.
Yeah, bot side is kind of left to their own accords here. I don't really think that they're too scared of Ratchet and Barkoduck, but could be scared of because Reeve is looking for a counter gank here as Ratchet gets stunned on up. The Tentacrush Arrow is going to be coming down, and Jordan Bot just has to sacrifice their life. And Reeve, you know, it's a 2v2 for a reason, man. Go away. Like, just go away, man. It's a 2v2 for a reason, man. Anyway.
Yeah, but... in the end, welcome to Competitive League of Legends. Your normal lane assignments don't matter. There's no such thing as a 1v1 or a 2v2. It always happens. The jungler is real and they can hurt you.
Nuh-uh, my therapist said no.
Oh, well. But either way, it's looking much better for Omega Yeetless in game number 4. Once again, starting up the trade between odd and even games here. This time around, though, remember, DDG are the team with the Volibear. They first pick blue side, pick the Volibear. Like, it's not just a pick that works for their team composition. It's a pick that they decided, all right, we have to take this. It's so unbelievably high value for the state of our team that it doesn't matter what they pick in order to counter it. But this time around, I think that Omega Yeetless might have found their opportunities, might have found their counter pick here. The Udyr has been clearing just fine into that Volibear, and right now we're starting to see a few of the psychopathic tendencies from players like Ratchet come on out once again.
Yeah, quite possible, but we might have a tower dive coming out here too. In response, 3 into this bot side, channeling the recall though. Enchanted Crusader will be back online, but Rainfade not pulling the trigger on that one. Dragon's going to be up in about 50 seconds. The Reeve was just around the corner waiting for some sort of engage, and they don't like that 3v3 under the turret. It definitely, I can tell you, does not go in their favor and would toss the minimal lead that they kind of have on this game. DDG doing a great job of inserting what they did in game number 1 and game number 3 here into game number 4. They have those early prio objectives, and they have technically some early prio in each of the lanes. Neversaw's gone up about 20 CS against this Azir. Doesn't have a kill off yet, but is slowly but surely starting to stack more gold into the pocket. Vision of Empire struggling a little bit on this top side, but hey, we'll deal with King Coney on this set later. I feel like we have the tools, we have the capabilities, we have the CC, we have the combos to be able to do so, especially with having an Ashe on your team. Hit one W on him and he just can't move. It's hard for him to get to the fight. We can kind of kite away from this set and just continue to poke him down. So we have the tools to deal with this set later. Let's maintain this bot side prio. Let's maintain this mid prio. Jungle is looking phenomenal with at least about a 10, about maybe 2 camp clear ahead of this Udyr. Bot side prio gets picked up. Meanwhile, Reeve is into the top side, maybe looking to stop this Void Grub stacking, is looking for something in the jungle. Unfortunately, all of that is gone, and Second Dragon will go straight on over to DDG for free.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be doing just fine, but it's not for free, as the Void Grubs are going to be coming up soon enough there. And if we know anything about Reeve, the man is
in the bot side.
obviously going to be taking those Void Grubs immediately here. But I will also say, right, King Coney now has the fully completed Bork. And if the earlier trades with the Mundo didn't look crazy enough, this is absolutely going to be it here. In the meantime, Sivir and Leona standing just barely in the way. Okay, all right. Barco gets the Gromp.
It gets a little extra gold into the pocket, but is losing a lot more gold in the meantime. Just lost out on a full-on wave. And I believe that one might have been a cannon wave 2. I couldn't realistically tell very much so. But the turret plating gold picked up for free for Brandy Fan. So they don't really care. Okay, that's cool. You got the Gromp. I mean, if I didn't get it, your team was gonna get it at some point anyway. Actually, with a great solar flare. Knew that Brandy Fan was by themselves, but not realistically much else that they can do to be able to capitalize on that Ashe just there yet.
Yeah, meanwhile on the top side, King Coney finishes up that first item that really is that counter pick item in this laning phase, but hasn't really been able to make use of it so much. I mean, doesn't have the tier 2 boots, doesn't really have a way how to catch up to the Mundo just yet, misses out on the face breaker, and mid lane, on the other hand, slowly falling to the pressure from Akali.
Oh, he barely got that plate. Oh, plus 125 into the pocket of Neversaw as the Proto Belt completed on line 2. Sundered Sky's been finished up too, as well as the Static Shiv on both sides of the AD carry. So everyone is kind of hitting that one item power spike, except for the supports and Vision of Empire up on this Mundo. Coney takes a tower shot, can shoot it on up with the W though. So, but Empire, you know, you're kind of, you're chilling, you're fine. If you just play safe and don't really try to get too aggressive, like in the early trade-offs where you think you can beat the set early on. Now he's got the first item on you, so things are going to kind of die down. Just stick to your farm. You're a tank. You're just going to continue to get tankier, and then eventually you can just eat up as much damage as physically possible for your team on this front line, and that's where you're going to be able to find those win cons on your champion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about just denying the snowballing, right? King Coney, very, very strong player, a huge focal point for the side of Omega Yeetless here. And with all of this, you know, counterpicking from the side of DDG, it has just turned into a matter of trying to look for your, you know, weak side picks here, right? The picks that you're always going to be useful on. Mundo going to be one of them. In the meantime, Neversaw just going to continue to pressure Slappy Joe in the mid lane, as there's a small CS lead growing for Akali. Usually not the direction that we're seeing the farm going for this lane, but at the very least, Omega Yeetless are happy to go ahead and farm up, get to a point where you can just fight. And here we go.
Played onto Jordan, but W flashes on over the wall. Is going to be able to escape the Ignite ticking away. Evil Lobster's just around the corner to be able to deny any sort of re-engage. Dragon up in about a minute and a half. Not a real position you want to be in. This Thrift Heart's going to end up getting dropped down here as well. Brandy Fan soon going to have that Static Shiv cooldown back online. They should be able to deny this. Evil Lobster's just around the corner too. He's going to slam into the wall. bot. I'm gonna be expecting the Ashe arrow to come out straight in response, and there it is, stun off onto Reeve. And this, you know, we talked about it time and time again. You can't chase an Udyr, but when you have an Ashe on your team, you might sure as hell can. And he ends up falling, wants to make a play into the bot side Reeve, and gets punished for it.
Yeah, and Reeve, in that position, looked to try to get that first tower gold for the team, but instead pushes a little bit too far, immediately gets punished for it. And I gotta say, man needs to take some driving lessons, because every single time Reeve tries to make a Herald play, it just turns out disastrous for the side of Omega Yeet list.
Yeah, wanted to make something happen, forcing something there to push on and get that Bryo, get that momentum, ride it on in to this dragon, but it just completely flops. It's unfortunate, and now not only is he down 20 CS, he's potentially about to go down 3 dragons, as Jordan Bot is looking to be able to get that Bryo vision spot out. Ratchet sitting on the control ward, but Ratchet's by themselves. I don't realistically know that they know that Ratchet's by themselves, but they're going to be able to clean up this control ward. Mid lane Bryo's been picked up as well, because they've shoved over Brandyfan into that lane and gone for the swap at 16 minutes. Put a calling into the bot side. Let her farm it on up for free, baby. Get her into the scaling. She is an AP champion, so she can scale it on up and be an absolute menace. We got a 4v4 happening here into the bot side. Evil Officer might be able to get engaged upon by Reeve. Will now force the ultimate to be able to come on out. Neversaw is going to try and maintain this positioning. Reeve is going to go ahead and start up the dragon. No Volley Bear ultimate. They feel like they have nothing realistically to worry about too much, but Jordan Bot is roaming around the corner. Flash out of Ratchet. Sword first and end up going wide. TP's coming on down. I don't think that you care about this dragon. Go get the mid lane turret. It's absolutely free right now. Cody is trying to be able to get there, trying to deny this, but the turret, it's already gone. Sure, you can have this dragon. That's cool. This Grand Slam coming on out, but do they have to be able to kite this? Depth charge pops up King Coney, and they just traded. Barkadog able to find Evil Lobster, so they lost mid tier 1. They got at least 1 pick, and so you found some sort of response, Omega Yeetless.
Yeah, Omega Yeetless gonna be able to pick up the dragon, denying the dragon stacking, but not really able to do too much in terms of the objectives. That might actually be 2 tier 1 towers going down here, but Vision of Empire not quite able to get the first top tower down just yet. King Coney, on the other hand, beautiful teleport in, gonna be able to force a fight on to the bot lane of DDG there. Showstopper directly onto Jordan Bot was phenomenal, but the big thing is that it wasn't able to lock up Brandyfan. I mean, the immediate flash on out to make sure that the Ashe stayed alive for as much as possible is more than worth it for them there. But in the meantime, top lane, just going to be a quick fight between King Coney and Vision of Empire, just blow for blow again and again, and the Heartsteel's not going to be able to save you from King Coney's fists.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried. I'm not too scared of King Coney realistically right now. While he had a great 3 engage there, able to stun up at least 2 members, Barco Duck got the kill onto Evil Lobster. And that's 2 kills onto the Sivir, who we realistically want to put behind. We don't want the Sivir to be able to get these items early. It's a champion we don't want to have these items early. Sivir is someone we want to force into those 40 minutes. Someone we want to force into that later half of the game. Let us win the early game so that we can have a chance to end the game before she can come online. 2 kills to her name. Already has BF Sword and Pickaxe. Looking to finish off that second item. It's not where you want to be if you are trying to shut out this Sivir. I gotta tell you, starting to be a little bit scary, this AD carry. Meanwhile, top side is starting to go, and that turret has fallen. Nothing realistically to fight for on the map, but we're at the point in this game where Omega Yeetless are doing what they do best, and they are just pushing and taking all of your turrets and just shoving you out of any specific lane, and it's hard to deal with because all of a sudden there's 3 people on the bot side taking bot side tier 2, when it's like, I just got the top side tier 1. And you're not expecting them to have that sort of trade-off. And it's like you can't be everywhere at the map at once. And Omega Yeetless is trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Omega Yeetless trying to make use of their kill lead, but they do not have the gold lead. I mean, being down 2 towers is always going to be a rough position for yourself here, especially when that's all 3 of your tier 1 towers here. There's still quite a bit of standing gold on the map for the side of Omega Yeetless. They just don't have the ability to get onto these towers just yet here. But you can see Ratchet coming up towards the top lane, giving King Coney a little bit of that courage to walk up towards that top tower to really look for the ability to actually trade back these towers, trade back these opportunities, trade back these minion waves, and trade back this gold. But look at how many members DDG are committing towards this top side. King Coney, can you take a 1v2 here? No, just going to be backing off as Slappy Joe's is going to take as much of the jungle as possible. But the later and later that this game goes, the stronger and stronger Barco Duck gets. And most importantly for Omega Yeetless, the better and better that the Sivir gets at farming out these waves. Once you get to 3 or 4 items on Sivir, all of a sudden, Baron becomes the only way that you're ever going to be able to crack the base. And even after that point, you have to split push because you cannot be dealing with the Sivir in a solo lane.
I agree, Anti. Heart's still going to be completed on Vision of Empire as well there. We got about a minute before this dragon. The last fight didn't go so well for DDG. Will they have the items? Will they have the spike to be able to take it? This fight, Ratchet looking for the engage straight onto Jordan. Bot's done. Depth charge going to be able to deny. Read that sort of engage angle. The Enchanted Crusader is going to be able to come on out too. As goes in Neversaw. TP coming out. That's going to be King Coney. They can be able to turn this out. Neversaw finds Reeve. Looking for more on the Ratchet. He has to ult on out Coney. Dredgeline comes down. Rooted on up. Ash Arrows. Double kill for Neversaw. Has to flush away from the set W. As they find the top laner though. Can they be able to turn this onto Barco Duck though? Nah, he's able to trade out onto Evil Lobster. This Sivir finds a double kill in this fight. I am not liking this. If you are DDG, the AD carry is getting so many kills after being so far behind in lane for so long. I don't know. If I'm DDG, I'm really not liking this.
Yeah, for DDG, this is exactly what you don't want. The Sivir getting more and more of these kills there. I also love the fact that King Coney, while put into a position where he might die, just opts to specifically peel for Barco Duck as much as possible. And here comes Slappy Joe. This might be a difficult position for Brandy Fan to stand in, but the auto range of Ashe makes it so much easier to contest that position there. But in the meantime, Dragon is going to be started up once again. This Chemtech drag is honestly so good for champions like the Set, but Set is nowhere near right now. Vision of Empire's teleporting in.
Yep, this is going to be full 5v5. This could determine how the state of the game goes if this flips into the favor. Dredgeline straight on the Ratchet. Do they have the burst damage? Will they be able to stop him? He's yet to fall. Zenith played in. Goes down now. King Coney gets a great face breaker. He's able to pull up 3, but they're all just falling left, right, and center. The Sivir damage is too much to handle for DDG, and it's clean wipe. They only trade out the support for the rest of the bodies on the side of DDG, and what was a strong start for DDG, it's looking like a disastrous finish so far.
Yeah, it's looking so disastrous here, and it's almost like the thing that decided these series wasn't the Volibear cilantro. It might just be the game number, as right now, a start on the Baron goes on through, and Omega Yeetless very much have Baron damage. Evil Lobster not around here, but Reeve doesn't have Smite.
Yeah, but do they know that? I don't think they know that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they knew that, but at the very least, Omega Yeetless is going to be able to convince the side of DDG that they did have Smite, that they did have a way to fully secure that Baron. And as always, Baron takes is a team-wide effort there, and it's going to work out and pay out dividends to Omega Yeetless.
All right. DDG, is there a way for you to still win this game? Let's see. Sivir is sitting on 3 items, has finished up the Immortal Reminder, is way far ahead of your Ashe now. If you can find some sort of angle to be able to kill her. Okay, how do we do that? We've got Akali. Can Akali be able to get on her? No. Anyway, next question. Let's see. What can we possibly do? We have to kite away from King Coney. Okay, we've been able to physically be able to do that, but by the time we're done doing that and King Coney, we get away from the engage, Sivir's killed us all. So what can we do to potentially come back and win this game. And
Yeah,
I really don't know
honestly.
what to say besides you can't.
I mean, honestly, what I think is that DDG have to make a pick. You have to get on top of Slappy Joe or Barco Duck. Just someone, anyone, make a pick on them and just goon squat it up. You have Depth Charge. You have Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You have Volibear for point and click CC. But right now, it's all Omega Yeetless. They're just barreling down these side lanes, picking up as much gold as possible. And oh my lord, I love Set Gaming.
Yep, Set able to find one, never saw response with one of his own, but the Sivir and company are just ending the game. So that's cool. You killed King Coney. Congratulations. Guess what? We're going to game number 5 because we are pushing into your base, and you can't do anything about it because, well, we have a Sivir on our team. So she's just going to absolutely decimate these towers with Baron buff on top of them as well. So I don't know, Anti. I'm riding that we're already going to game number 5 because this Sivir is only going to continue to get stronger. And your only win con is going to be able to be to kill her. And so far, I mean, I don't know if we're looking at the same scoreboard, but she ain't dead yet.
Yeah, I mean, she has not died a single time, but the hunt not available here, but the fight is starting.
Ratchet drops to a quarter of HP, has to flash on out and away. Uses the locket to be able to get a little bit of extra shielding. Health bars are extremely low. Dredgeline straight onto Slappy Joe. Uses the Emperor's Divide, but it cuts himself off. Has to flash on over the wall, but Evil Lobster's on the back foot now and will eventually stop the autos from Barco Duck. Again, that's not the AD carry. Who cares when if you engage upon anybody because Barco Duck is still alive. And as long as Barco Duck is alive on the Sivir, I don't care who you kill because you're not winning the team fight. And now the inhibitors end up falling. Never saw coming in for a little
flash
bit of goal. Will he be able to find a kill off though? Ultimate comes on out and he ends up falling. Barco Duck godlike might as well be a god because he's 7-0 and you can't kill him.
Yeah, and you can see so much of the power budget from Omega Yeetless is just poured into the Sivir. It's just so much focus on keeping Barco Duck alive and keeping Barco Duck the ability to throw out these autos, to throw out this damage, to continue to take down as many of these towers as possible. And they're also teleporting for it as well. Slappy Joe back in the base here. Barco Duck has not had an opportunity to back, almost certainly has enough to pick up a full legendary item off of this one, but instead just going to continue on this onslaught.
Yeah, Jordan Bot, that's a dredge line you want to be able to put back into your pocket because unfortunately nothing's going to come up of that besides your downfall. It's turtle mode now, and DDG, we're going to a game number 5. You've got 3 open inhibs. They don't need the they had the Baron, but they don't need it anymore. Stun straight onto Reeve. They're able to trade off with a kill onto the 80 carry, but again, that's not Barco Duck. The 80 carry is still alive and can still pump out as much damage as physically possible. They're going to turn. They're going to take the dragon. They're going to be sitting on soul point in this game. Omega Yeetless, they said, hey, you know, you've had a team composition where, you know, you get an early lead, and that early lead snowballs into a late lead because your composition's great at maintaining a late game lead. What if we just draft a late game lead and don't give you an early lead, and then just win the game because you can't stop us?
Yeah, and on top of that, that's triple Chemtech Drake. I would say that triple Chemtech Drake would not really matter that much to most champions. But this is a team with a set. Like, this is absolutely impossible to deal with for the side of DDG. It's unbelievably difficult when Set has even more shielding, even more healing on the side lane. And Cilantro, Barco Duck just backed and picked up the entirety of a Navori Flicker Blades.
Yep. Yeah, this champion is only going to get stronger, so there's realistically nothing that... I mean, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I don't know what DDG can do against this Sivir. I don't even know if they can kill her at this point, because I feel like that they would just die before they even get to the Sivir. She does so much damage, and even if they continue to drag this game on for another 10 minutes, the Sivir is only going to get stronger. As Reeve looking to continue with this team, King Coney bringing in that bot side wave. This could be do or die. This actually is not do or die, but this could be disastrous. As flashing in, Jordan Bot has fallen immediately. Parker Duck is able to clean up 2. Empress Divide is going to shuffle them on in. King Coney is able to clean up the kill into the enemy Ash, and it's not even close. Now you kill Barco Duck, but you're about 20 minutes too late into the game. Triple kill for King Coney onto the set, and we're going to a game at number 5. What better way in Omega Yeetless fashion than to take this game to a game number 5?
Cue up the Silver Scrapes Game 5. Here we go, baby. Omega Yeetless, once again, 2 seasons in a row, gonna be falling down to what looks like set point, what looks like the opportunity of a lifetime for the opposing team, what looks like the opportunity to finally close out a series against Omega Yeetless, and in the end, they fall back on their guns, they fall back onto their specific, number 1 comfort pick. It's the Sivir, once again coming on out. This time, DDG pull out the Volibear. They say, all right, we're just gonna take it blue side. First pick. It's what we know works. We've seen it work every single game this series so far, but Omega Yeetless, they say, I don't care if you're taking the volley. We're just going to focus on giving King Coney a good matchup in the top lane, and let's just throw the Sivir in, right? It worked for us before. It works for us now.
Yeah, for sure. But game number 5 on the line. Both teams sitting at match point. And we were here at the semifinals last weekend, Ty. We were here with Dorado last spring. And both teams went match point first against Omega. We'll just say Omega. And they lost. Omega won. Both times when Omega was put at their backs against the wall and the enemy team had match point first, Omega won both games. Are we going to go 3 for 3? Is Omega going to take game number 5? Be the first time to take 2 maps in a row? Or are we going to follow suit and the odd numbers go to DDG?
Yeah, only time will tell. But what will tell is watching the series. So don't go anywhere, because game 5 is right around the corner.
Well, at the very least, Anti, there's no more League of Legends after this. It's over. after this, I'm sorry, but if DDG wins, there's no game 6. If Omega Useless wins, there's no game 6. It's
Emergency best of 7, baby.
Oh God! If we had best of 7s, I don't know if I'd be in this industry. Hate to break
All I'm
it.
saying is that if you come from fighting games, you haven't lived until you had to deal with a 1st to 10, where it becomes a complete like 10 game comeback. Like it's evil. As a TO, I hate it. I hate it so much. But as a viewer, as a spectator, as a commentator, I love game 5s, right? I mean, it's so much fun to see these teams come alive right at the end, right at the brink of defeat. And Omega Yeetless on the verge of making history here, you know, 2-time champions with 2, like, not reverse sweeps per se, but exactly in the same type of position as they were before here. These guys just refuse to die. And this time around, DDG don't have the same amount of power or same amount of faith in the Volibear that they had in game number 4, because we saw it. They first picked that Volibear.
Yeah, and you know, Omega Yeetless let them have it. They gave him the blue side. They told him, hey, first pick Volibear. If you don't, we'll take it in R2. They put up that threat. And I don't know, their coaching staff, or even they just figured it out themselves as the players. If we win, we might have to interview them on how they did it, but they responded to that Volibear. They did not care. I mean, you know, we talked about the Volibear having a great impact in the early game. Until the later half of the game, though, not realistically doing too much besides being that engaged, setting up a CC combo, being that front line. But in that game, the Volibear really didn't do anything in any part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, Evil Lobster was able to get down to that bot lane early on, was a part of that first blood, but didn't really do much of anything with that, right? I mean, the Volibear did not get the first blood, so it was not spread across the map, and don't get me wrong, Brandyfan, obviously a very strong AD carry, but not going to be nearly as powerful as a Volibear, getting the ability to spread that gold all across the map here. So now, Omega Yeetless and DDG going toe-to-toe once again. DDG, as we've seen time and time again, 3 bans towards King Coney. And in the end, King Coney has been coming out on top, so they're gonna take that red side, they're gonna take that counter pick, they're gonna put themselves in a position to try to keep King Coney from influencing the game as much as possible here. And now they have to answer this question: what do you do about a Volibear?
And they've been the
Tryndamere is open.
Okay, are they baiting this Tryndamere? No, okay.
I honestly agree with this. I think you take the Volibear.
We still want Volibear on one of these 2 teams. The Volibear has a 100% pick rate in this series. Now, Jin on the side for Brandyfan. I like this pickup. It worked very well in game number 3. I think they put it out in game number 2. It was pretty okay. The bot lane kind of got shut in a little bit.
Wukong.
We have not seen Wukong yet. Okay. This is telling me that they're about to R3 Orianna, I think. I think that they want to R3 Orianna.
I think so. Yeah, and I honestly think that this is a very good pick for Barco Duck here. I mean, you see that it is going to be Wukong. It's going to be, you know, some kind of wombo combo composition. You take the Xayah, you take, you know, yourself into a position where it's like, I'm going to be fine. I'm not going to be dealing with this at all. The Alistar also comes in to be able to boop away the Wukong, to be able to start up and engage. You have a go button, you have a go back button, and there is the Orianna that Cilantro was calling out here. And now, almost certainly, the Tryndamere is going to be taken off the table, and there it is. Meanwhile, on the other side, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Gnar ban just to deny that kind of control on DDG's top laner here, but instead it is the Nico. They're just going to ban away as many AoE, you know, engages as possible. Honestly, I wouldn't hate to see a Rel ban as well.
Okay.
And right here, This is the final ban of the game. What are Omega Yeetless taking off the table? There's no Sivir involved here. It is the Kennen. I like that a lot. I think that we're getting Rel on the side of DDG. But what in the world do we have available for us here?
No set ban. So
no set ban. So
is on the board. They locked
Nautilus,
the Nautilus.
not bad.
No, I don't not like it. I think it's a good CC combo with the Wukong. Have be that kind of engage tool with him. Be a little bit more CC stabilization.
Jax
is gonna be picked up. Okay, so there you want to give that one over to King Coney. Give him that. Well, he can't get a counter pick anyway. But give him that sort of top lane comfort pick, not letting it get taken away.
Oh,
okay. We have to talk about last week.
This is Slappy Joe's Vladimir Cilantro.
Oh no.
For those who missed it last week, Slappy Joe's Vladimir in game number 2 against Team XYZ.
Fastest game of the Immortal.
Fastest game in the Immortal split, period, with 25 stacks on a Medjai's, ended the game in 17 minutes. This is the time to bring out these power picks. This is the time to make it work. And Slappy Joe might need a little bit of that early attention from the team. But if this Vladimir gets rolling, it might be over for DDG here. They have to be so careful. But right now with the Shen pickup, you can see that DDG once again have their top lane in a position that they say, hey, we know King Coney's really good. We know that you can deal with King Coney, but just don't let him kill you. Just don't die, and we'll be doing fine.
Alrighty. Wow. All I can say, Anti, is two things are going to happen here. We either are going home in 15 minutes into an interview with Slappy Joe running this game down, or, maybe DDG are able to pick up the win, and we will have the upset, and we will have the reigning champions toppled in the grand finals. Either way, I'm going to say, Slappy Joe, if you get oh my Jesus, even Pro Cubs is voting for them. But I'm going to say, Slappy Joe might be feeling a little bit bad for us going to a game number 5. We're going to be casting here until about 12 in the morning, Eastern time, East Coast, Best Coast. And maybe Slappy Joe wants to give us a quickie in the final game.
Don't. Anyway, either way, all I can say is, get destroyed, West Coast, Best Coast. I'm still over here at 8:30. But, Slappy Joe, on the other hand, just gonna continue with this early, oh my god, this early invade onto Evil Lobster.
Oh no! First blood given on
King Coney?
King Coney on the Jax! Oh no! It could be disastrous here for DDG already in game number 5. King Coney is definitely somebody that you don't want to have an early kill towards. Nevertheless, Neversaw trying to do their best to push back this Vladimir. The Orianna pick, it was a staple for him in the first couple of games. And it was a reason it has been banned away from Neversaw. So, if anybody can pull it off in this game, I completely believe in Neversaw's Orianna.
Yeah, I mean, Neversaw's Orianna was doing so well in the earlier stages of the series here. But, this is game 5, right? It's all about, that mental capability, that ability to just keep yourself in a position where you're always paying attention, in where it gets so much more difficult the later that the series gets. I mean, you mentioned yourself, right? For the East Coasters, it's almost midnight here. And it gets so much more difficult the later in the night, the later in the game. But in the early stage of the game, Neversaw might be looking for a kill here. But there's the pool on Slappy Joe, so there's almost no chance of a kill just yet.
Anything, flashes on in, gets the stun up on, and now flashes the flash up with a great knockup from the Alistar. Gets the barrier, but Reeve is able to get the kill. The Lonely Bear getting active into the early game. Now looking to be able to run down onto Jordan, but Evil Officer's waiting just around the corner, being able to try and peel for this trying to be able to peel for this Nautilus to be able to get out.
Yeah, I mean, either way, we're going to have to see just how much Omega Yeetless have in the tank here, as the 2-0 lead is definitely a great way to start off this final game of the series. But game number 5 is where your fundamentals are going to come into play here, as Drop Dead Gaming still in a position to make those comebacks. 2 kills in the early game is obviously going to be very, very strong here, but it's not over just yet. Evil Lobster looking for an invade onto Reeve, making use of that early priority from Vision. And okay, the smite on back, I believe, goes over to Reeve, and Evil Lobster's in a really rough position here.
Here comes Sloppy Joe. Goes on in. Get the heal off, though. Has to go straight into the pool and force the flash out of Evil Lobster, but Reeve's not going to continue to be able to push this one on down. A little bit of a scare there. Sloppy Joe came into the Wukong. Wukong, a little bit more damage in the pocket. Might have been able to find the kill off with the Q. But unfortunately, the pool came on out in the nick of time to be able to save them all. Reeve is going to be able to push into these chickens and be able to take them down and away. Gets the smite off. Now Reeve potentially caught out in a bad position. Lands the stun. Neversaw continuing to be able to run him down. He's going to re-engage with the shield from the Lightning Storm, though. And Evil Lobster comes back in. Neversaw is able to find the kill. Can Slappy Joe respond with one, though? No, it's not looking like it.
Yeah, without a flash, Slappy Joe does commit the teleport and the ghost, but not going to be able to get there in time to save his jungler. But okay, Neversaw looking for another kill, and 2 kills to start it off for Omega Yeetless, 2 kills for DDG on the return, and all of a sudden, this game's getting blown right open.
Jordan Bot is able to find the trade-off into the bot lane as well, and I told you, Anti, if I believe in anybody, it's Neversaw on the Orianna. There's a reason they banned this champion away from them, and it's starting to shut down Slappy Joe in the early fights. I'm so excited to see if they can snowball this mid laner, because we all know how impactful those shock waves can be. I mean, hell, if Faker can do it down 12k gold and win the game, this champion has got to be one of the best at being able to turn these games and control these games. And Orianna is, getting a couple buffs recently as well. So, gotta be wanting to push out these leads. Reeve is hanging a little bit around, though, wants to be able to find a gank angle, maybe shut down this Orianna, but is not going to be able to find it. Instead, going to use this topside prio and try and go for this early Void Grubs.
Yeah, early Void Grub's going to be going over to Reeve there, but DDG going to look for a response down here, and oh my god!
Here comes the... Oh, Lobster's able to get the kill too. Brandy Fan going insane onto the Jhin. We saw it in game number 3, and now it's coming alive in game number 5 too. A little bit of a troubling start, though, into the bot lane, but it's got a phenomenal bounce back. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Lobster able to find one in the bot side too, getting this Wukong online and early. So... they're going to take this early dragon to get trading off those Void Grubs. And a Chemtech Dragon with an Orianna on your team, going to help buff up that shielding a little bit, as well as the Shen shielding too.
Yeah, I will also say, right, so Omega Yeetless had the early lead. And when I say early lead, it was the first 2 kills of the game here. But a lot of the rest of this game so far has been Omega Yeetless repeatedly looking for an advantage. Just finding himself a slight bit too far forward, and it's DDG punishing at every single turn. Omega Yeetless keep on looking for ways to make plays where they just don't have the avenues available to them. And in game number 5, DDG is the one really doubling down and just saying, all right, we just play it calm, cool, and collected here. Reeve still not going to be able to take that scuttle there, as it is going to be Neversaw just roaming around, making sure that Evil Lobster now gets a chance to play the game here. And the Orianna in game number 3 was so unbelievably powerful, and we kind of chalked it up to the Ori Jarvan combo. Like, don't get me wrong, Ori Jarvan's really, really good together, but Neversaw here is making a case for it not being a Jarvan
the Dredge line landed! That is absolutely
God.
disgusting. The curtain call comes on now too. Anyway, it's the third and the fourth. I guess goes wide. Got to be able to cancel that one out though, because Ratchet and Sloppy Joe are moving on into this bot side. That was a disgusting max range stretch line straight onto Barker Duck, but the Zaya ultimate is forced on out early, so we do get that one away. That's going to open up potential good old another fight if they can go for it, but Jordan Bot's not level 6 yet, so it doesn't have the full CC combo, so they can't make completely use out of that ultimate being down.
Yeah, I mean, no dredge line available. Well, not dredge line, sorry, depth charge available just yet for Jordan Bot here. But I mean, that's part of the trade-off when it comes to the supports roaming around the map. But as I was saying, right, never saw on the Orianna, 3-0, 6 stacks on a Medjai's, currently in a position to carry here. And Omega Yeetless need to find a way how to not necessarily end the game, but just stop the bleeding a little bit. You have to recognize, hey, you've got the Jax, you've got the Vladimir, 2 champions that scale incredibly well. Meanwhile, on the other side, DDG, this is exactly the position they want to be in. They say, all right, we have such a strong mid-game team fight. We have the Wombo combo. If we can force Omega Yeetless to fight us around these dragons, to fight us around the Void Grubs, it's going to be so good for us here. But in the meantime, Omega Yeetless, they're the ones still stepping forward. They're the ones stepping forward each and every time here. So right now, this is continually going to the side of DDG, and you can see it once again.
Tony has no mana, lands the counter strike, but nothing else can realistically be able to come up of it. He flashes away from the shockwave. It's just trying to live out in this top side. Viva's coming up on the Volibear. Never saw. I don't think you know that he's there, and he's just about to turn around the corner. He does get shielded up though. The Cyclone, it's gonna be able to find King Coney, and it saves Never Saw on this Orianna. No shutdown gold for you just yet. Sloppy Joe's coming on up into the top side though, trying to get the stun onto Never Saw. That's a ton of damage. This Vladimir putting out as much as possible. Evil Lobster is gonna be the only one, but they can at least get a kill onto Sloppy Joe with that trade-off.
Yeah, and Slappy Joe right now gonna be able to get 1 kill under his belt here. What in the world? Ratchet just gonna pop on in, cancel the back with a headbutt straight up under tower here. Has the Unbreakable available.
They want that shutdown. They want that gold. And it goes over to the Alistar. Oh no, the shutdown gold goes over to the Alistar. As King Coney comes in with the TP going in for the tower dive. The next set of Void Grubs are going to be for free for the side of Reeve. He's just gonna be able to take those, and weeping will be DDG.
Yeah, in the meantime, DDG just have to find a way how to get their bearings beneath them here. Evil Lobster just gonna walk on forward, take King Coney off of this tower, making sure that the Jax can't be in a position to fully take the entirety of the tower here. In the meantime, the game is going to quiet down a little bit until the dragon spawns. I mean, I would say until the dragon spawns. That's in 20 seconds, right? We just getting constant action again and again and again. But right now, we're seeing Ratchet trying to make even more action happen. We've said this man's a psychopath before, and man is showing it in game number 5.
All right, the Prio is going to be into the bot side favor, but Revis into the top side jungle right now. Not going to be able to start this dragon, at least on spawn. So, oh, Shockwave committed on a Never Saw 2? Oh, no. Wait, I don't like this going into this dragon, but, you know, DDG, they're still kind of liking it themselves. As Ratchet gets caught out into the pit, has to flash on over the wall. Okay, so you get a crucial cooldown gone, and it's a summoner spell taken away. You should be able to clean up drag number 2 for realistically not much here. Able to get that early dragon stack and scaling going. What I'm starting to get worried about, though, Anti, is the fact that there's a Jax that has 6 Void Grubs on the opposite side.
Yeah, Jax with 6 Void Grubs is particularly difficult to deal with, but at the very least, they have Vision of Empire on the Shen. Shen, after so many years, is still the same champion, right? He is a brick wall in that top lane, and it's so difficult to get on past him. The tier 1 tower does go down, but at the tier 2, it'll be particularly difficult for King Coney to get much done over here. They have to start swapping over the lanes if Omega Yeetless want to make more use of this Jax here, but DDG are more than happy to leave the lane assignments as they are. As long as you can keep the Jax from continuing to push down these side lanes, it's going to look real good here. And now, here's the ball delivery system with Evil Lobster, but no Orianna in the area.
No, definitely not. Reeve was in the area, and this bot side has decided to go ahead and back on off. Maybe looking for some sort of top side gank. Noni's just going to go engage straight off there onto Vision of Empire, but honestly, I don't see Vision of Empire's health bar going down. I think he's healing up a lot of it, and most of it. Holding on to this Shockwave now. The pool's going to be committed. Ball delivery system clone. Shockwave able to get the combo into the mid lane in the 2v1 and shut down Sloppy Joe.
Yeah, never saw hand Evil Lobster just going to be the squad that needs to hold on for DDG here. I mean, Orianna and Wukong, as long as these two champions can get fed, you can win essentially every team fight by just making sure there isn't a team fight. If you wombo combo with just the two of you alone, you can make miracles happen. Never saw right now in a good position to carry 3 stacks on the Darksteel, 3 kills, and Slappy Joe very much not in control of the mid lane.
For sure. So, in the meantime, just channeling up a back. Going to be close to finishing up probably another item here on this Orianna. Has finished up those short shoes. That's going to be one heck of a little bit of an AP and movement speed spike there for her. Cosmic Drive has been completed. First item for Slappy Joe in the meantime. As Reeve is taking up onto this Rift Herald off the back timer that Never Saw took. With bot side prio, no tier 1 to be able to retreat to. This is going to be a free Rift Herald for the taking. There's so much prio into the top side that there's not much that they can do to be able to fight back this one DDG. All the top side objectives going over into their favor.
Yeah, and right here, you can see that, Barco Duck still in a bit of trouble down here, but there comes the team.
Ooh, what a dredge line from Jordan Bot, able to just barely get out of the way from Dratchet's headbutt, and is just going to be able to get out and live this triple bot side gank that was looking to potentially happen. Reeve trying to shove out this mid wave. Gotta be careful. This tower is close to falling. One more auto should be able to do it. Smite on it. Never saw the shockwave gets committed and has to burn the volley bear ultimate. Now Slappy Joe is looking to turn on to Evil Lobster though. But the Orianna is there. Cyclone gonna be committed. He drops into the pool, just trying to be able to escape. The Jin Snare! The timing was absolutely beautiful from Brandy Fan. And Reeve is forced to flash on away. The red buff. It's an objective now.
The captive audience from downtown. What the hell? Brandy Fan just turning it up in game number 5. That's the one of the first kills that the man's a part of here, but the Jin always going to be something of a threat here. We saw it do so much work in the last few games, and Brandy Fan's been so well placed in the positioning again and again and again, but here comes Ratchet, psychopath as always, but I don't think you want to take the 2v1, Ratchet.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. 4 shots straight on the Ratchet, headbutt away this Nautilus. The Jin Snare finds it. Depth charge committed too. One more 4 shot might be able to do it. Dredge line lands too. Ignite taking away. Curtain call comes out. Has to burn the flash, but he flashes straight into Evil Lobster, and Barco Duck goes down with the 4th shot. This team is looking phenomenal in game number 5. They are riding the momentum to win it all. Maybe the odds, and I mean this literally, the odds are in their favor.
I'm not too sure about that one, Cilantro. This is one of those games where we've said it before, right? It's the same thing where if you're ahead of Omega Yeetless in kills, it still feels even. Because if you are an observer and if you look at the gold lead, the gold is even, right? This is where Omega Yeetless continually finds themselves, where they will go with the side lane plays. They will go with the pushes, and they keep the gold even here, and this dragon is where the momentum really starts to turn here. If DDG can get this dragon,
Slappy Joe's able to get into the pool to be able to deny that snare. I'm looking for Never Saw. Shockwave is massive, and Reeve ends up falling. Slappy Joe, no pool, no way of being able to escape this time. It's just gonna get beat to death by a lobster in the jungle, and it's cosplaying as a monkey. And the 3rd dragon is gonna go over to DDG.
Yeah, and DDG, this is exactly what I was about to say, that this dragon fight is where it really matters because the gold was even for so long. The power spikes were relatively even, but now after that fight, not only do you have the gold lead, not only do you have the control of the turrets, of the push, of the jungle, now you have soul point for Mountain Soul, one of the strongest souls in the game here. Ratchet looking for a cancel, but not going to be able to get it. And DDG are on the verge of taking Omega Yeetless out of this tournament in the grand finals. I mean, this is a team that has not lost a series since... I don't think that they lost a series, like, since last split. Did they lose a series even?
No.
Like, it's been absolutely crazy dealing with Omega Yeetless, but DDG on the verge of doing it. And let's look at this fight one more time, right? Hook from Jordan Bot forces out the pool from Slappy Joe, and there it is, the shockwave onto 2. Brandy Fan still positioning incredibly well to be able to get off so much damage with essentially no damage in response here. Captive audience from downtown, and double kill over to Evil Lobster. Omega Yeetless on the back foot here are almost certainly going to start 5-man grouping and looking for random picks here. But DDG have been so stable when they do finally have a lead.
100% the Wukong sitting on 2 items, and I am loving watching it perform. There's the cursed book anti on this Oriana.
God, I love DDG's itemization.
This Oriana has cursed book. Shen's still sitting at 1 item, where his counterpart has 2, but that's just because he has 2 kills. As well as Death's Rift Herald gets spawned out into the mid lane. They're trying to be able to trade out at least a mid lane turret. Reeve, don't hop into this one. Yeah. Okay, I don't think you want to hop into the back of this one.
All right, for the first time, Reeve has decided to not hop into the driver's seat for the Rift Herald, and it honestly, I think, works out for the better for Omega Yeetless, as these Rift Heralds have kind of been a detriment to them for the most part. But never saw.
Flash. He has flashes to the turret. TP's coming on out though. Will he end up falling? Shockwave is committed. Sloppy Joe's able to find the kill into the bot side. This Shen able to save it. No, maybe not. Even Lobster's able to find Barkdo duck into the mid lane though. Curtain Call's gonna be coming on out. Drags one straight onto Ratchet's gonna root him on up and let the shots hit and fire on in. Double kill for the monkey though. And they're gonna continue to try and barrel on and take a tier 2. That's cool. You killed our mid laner into the bot side. That's completely fine. We're just gonna go ahead and take the mid lane, and as a little bit of a gift. Vision is losing out in the trade against King Coney into the top side though, so you're going to be someone's going to have to respond to the split pushing King Coney, and this is where we're going to see, okay, Omega Yeetless is on the back foot. They're starting to resort back to their merry ways. The split pushing, the bot, all the side lane turrets are essentially gone except for the bot side tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, King Coney's Jax here finally making it past the bans, and this is the thing that we've seen from this team all season long, right? They fall behind early as far as the laning phase is concerned here, and let's look at this one more time in the bot lane as Slappy Joe and Reeve just making sure to throw everything and the kitchen sink at Neversaw, and it works out timed perfectly. So also they're able to get the Shen ultimate out of vision here. But here we go, another kill into the bot lane, the teleport into the top, and King Coney just farming it up on the Jax. And that's the thing about these teams, right? Omega Yeetless usually falls behind early and then finds a way how to make a comeback. DDG somehow has found ways to get the leads into Omega Yeetless, but also close them out consistently, which is something that no team has been able to do up to this point. So DDG might just be Omega Yeetless kryptonite, but the question is, can they do it in game number 5? You know, the later this game goes, the more and more difficult it's going to be with the split pushing from King Coney. They don't have anyone that can match him on the side lanes. Jax just scales way too hard here, but they're 100-0 just wombo combo with the Wukong, with the Oriana seems to be the play.
Here we go. Omega Yeetless posturing around the Baron. They want to pull him to this Baron and deny this soul from the side of DDG. What are DDG going to end up inevitably doing? Do Omega Yeetless have the damage to be able to threaten this Baron? They actually have not pushed the Jhin over to taking this dragon. Why? Because King Coney is in the bot side. It's 1v1ing Vision of Empire right now. So they don't have realistically somebody to be able to take this dragon while they're threatening this Baron. We've seen this time and time again out of Omega Yeetless. They're just stalling to make sure that King Coney can get value on the bot side. They know that nobody can be able to respond to this. Now they're sending 2 people to go ahead and take this dragon, while Evil Lobster and Jordan Box stick around on the Baron. Ratchet goes in for the engage, and now it's going to be a 4v3 potential here, and that's the Xayah Feathers coming straight on out. Evil Lobster gets rooted into the Cyclone. The shutdown goes over to the AD carry. Oh no. I don't think you got the angle this time. If you are DDG, sure, you're going to be able to get the soul, but there's no possible way you can stop this Baron take.
Yeah, Baron for Soul, gonna be a classic trade over here, but with Evil Lobster down, crucially, that takes away the ability to go for that Orianna Cyclone, like Shockwave Cyclone combo, right? So right here, you have to be so careful as DDG. If you can wait out the Baron, you can put yourself into a position where you've got incredibly strong stats to fight, but you have to get past this point, the most crucial point of the game here. In the meantime, King Coney still on the side lane, still looking for an opportunity to make use of this Jax. And like we said, the later this game gets, the more dangerous it gets for DDG. But if you can get to 35 minutes, it doesn't matter how far ahead or behind either team are, because you can still always make use of it with the full-on team fight win.
Yeah, and we're forgetting a crucial factor here. Not only do they have Baron, they have 6 Void Grubs. So if the Jax is hitting these turrets, if potentially Barco Duct is hitting these turrets, it's going to decimate. It's going to be gone in half of a second. And the stalling out to be able to survive this Baron for DDG, I don't think they can do it. I don't think that they could do it against Baron and 6 Void Grubs. It's a very tall task, very tall order against a champion like Jax, against a champion like Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would say, but they have been holding on very well. Baron's already halfway dead. We have not seen a trigger being pulled by Omega Yeetless just yet, but Ratchet's right here, doesn't really have any backup. But this might be a Schrodinger's catch, though. Ratchet getting caught out. Is this going to turn into much more?
He gets the headbutt knockup just to be able to try and get away. The Ignite's taking him away, and Jordan Bot's able to find the kill. Okay, we recall, we cash that gold. Okay, what can we do with this? Somebody's got to respond to the top side, and Sloppy Joe is just running it down on this turret. Shockwave is going to be able to hit him on up. Never saw us getting the better half of this trade into the bot lane, but the turret is not getting the better half of the trade because that cannon does so much damage. And meanwhile, King Coney's going to be eating up a depth charge. Vision of Empire is here too. The snare from the Jhin. Evil Lobster goes for the engaged counter strike. Is he going to be able to stun up 3? But can King Coney win a 3v1? It's not looking likely. Shut down over into the Wukong. Okay, DDG, you staying alive for now. But what else can you do with this? Never saw alone is not going to be able to defend this mid lane tier 1. Gotta be careful. Reeva's just around the corner. Jhin snare up into the pool. Sloppy Joe has the movement speed. Turn call. No, go for Sloppy Joe. He wants the 80 carry, but the 80 carry just has Xayah ultimate.
Yeah, but here's Reeve getting chased up as Evil Lobster not going to be able to do it, and everyone from Omega Yeetless going to be able to get out with just a sliver of health. But Cilantro, they've done it. DDG have managed to stall out the Baron, and they haven't fallen too far behind here, and now with the Mountain Soul are so much stronger for the team fight once the Elder comes up. But Vision of Empire right now just going to be pushing out these side lanes, just going to be in a position to try to drag someone else to the side and then join the team with the Shen ultimate. But as this game continues, I really think that the only thing that they can focus on is that wombo combo, right? I mean, if you can get the crazy skirmishes off, if you can play around the choke points, never saw an Evil Lobster still do so much damage.
Yeah, and they've done a phenomenal job of keeping this Orianna away from the fights. I mean, somebody has got to respond to the split pushing out of Sloppy Joe into the spot side. And the only realistic person that they can send is this Orianna, the only one who could do that damage back and actually potentially get the win on the 1v1 trade-off. So the Orianna hasn't been in these fights, and that's where we're starting to see Omega Yeetless find these comebacks, because they're fighting not against an Orianna, so the combo is not able to come out. The burst damage is not going to be there coming out of that control mage. And that's best that they could do, is just get this Orianna away from the team fights. But now, minute 30 until the Elder Dragon is online. She has TP. You can shove out as many waves into the top side as you want. But if that Orianna TPs into this Elder Dragon, they win the team fight, they get the dragon. I don't think that they care that King Coney's into the top side.
Yeah, Jordan Bot, on the other hand, just getting right on in there, just throwing those hooks, playing a dangerous as hell game here. But right now, Vision of Empire and King Coney going toe-to-toe on the top side. Shen still remaining that big brick wall in a side lane and doing exactly what it is that Shen does best. And that's keeping someone in a side lane, keeping them from being able to do much in that side lane, and making sure that Shen can join the fight no matter what, while the opposing laner cannot. So right here, with Elder coming up soon, I think we might be getting an Elder versus Baron trade, but King Coney looking for more than just an Elder Baron trade.
It's an Elder versus base trade. Ratchet gets the Hextech flash there in the middle of the lane. Dredgeline's going to end up going wide as the pool comes on down. They're trying to find a potential pickoff onto this Moo Cow. Current call comes on out. Ratchet looking to try and potentially cancel it. Another Dredgeline going to end up going wide. Vision of Empire won the 1v1 against King Coney.
Vision of Empire wins the 1v1, but that is not the end of the game. Reeves still manages to come on in, kill Vision of Empire, and Omega Yeetless is in the base.
Yep, they're continuing to push this for Jordan Bot. Misses another trench line. It goes wide. He gets the depth charge, though, down. Straight into the Jin Snare. Going unstoppable will be this Volley Bear. The Cyclone's going to be able to come down and land the knockup. Never saw us still alive, still fighting back. And they got the trade-offs. You only got topside inhibitor. We're going to go take the Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon and Baron spawning. Reeve dead for 40 seconds. DDG have the opportunity to make the play. And just like that, this is the single opportunity for DDG to take this series, to take this game, and just to take the entirety of Omega Yeetless off of the table.
Out of 5k. Ratchet's gonna be able to spot it on out. Hits the scrying orb. No damage realistically in the area. It's picked up, and all 5 members have it. This is looking phenomenal. And so far for DDG, they're sitting on a win con. Mountain Soul, Elder Dragon, Baron online. They have all the tools in their tool belt to be able to get this series win.
Yeah, King Coney has teleported to the bot lane, will not be able to join this fight whatsoever. So Baron, not quite started up just yet by DDG, but they're definitely going to be baiting it. They're putting themselves in a position where they could go for it. Vision of Empire won this fight the last time without an Elder Dragon involved, and now with the Elder Dragon under his belt, should be able to hold on to what he's got. Baron picked up.
Yep, finally we can potentially see a solidified gold lead, but we're approaching the 35 plus minutes point into this game. Gold lead, it's going to eventually start to not matter as much. So if you can take what you can get with this Baron DDG, you can try and just absolutely wallet diff Omega Yeetless with not only with this Elder buff, but with your core items as well, and just absolutely decimate any chances that they have of being able to come back in this series. Omega Yeetless, they've been on the back foot time and time again before, but who knows if they can pull it off against Elder? Can they pull it off against Baron? I don't know. Never saw his been my MVP so far of this series on this Orianna, but we'll see what they can potentially do. We have a 4-1 split in the mid lane. It's Vision of Empire, has TP, has Shen Ultimate. The inhibitor is next on the list. It's all coming down to this. They had to go up against Art of War in a best of 5 series, taking it to a game 5, winning it on out. Akuma Sais were next. and the top dog of the league, they were able to shut them down, and they want to add this Omega Yeetless squad to their hit list, add it to the kill tally, as they're going to hold on this mid lane wave, continue to push this down, maybe waiting for the Shen to come on up, or maybe just waiting for Neversaw to bring in this last minion mid lane wave. The wave damage, it's not going to realistically be there. That tower is very sliverly standing on by the edge of its stream. The force shot from the Jin is going to be able to put it out of its misery. One more is standing between DDG and the Immortal League Championship. Jordan Bot gets the engage, double knockup. King Coney looking for the Counter-Strike stun off as Eva Lobster in the backside with the Cyclone is not able to find a kill. Just yet is able to get one. Neversaw trades out onto Reeve. They're doing it so far. Vision of Empire joins the fight, and Neversaw is just absolutely pumping in damage. Sloppy Joe trades out on the Jordan Bot, and the current call on the Barco Duck. 2 shots land, execution onto Barco Duck. It's looking phenomenal. TP out of Neversaw returning from the base, and they're gonna be able to do it. DDG, they tackled every single top dog of this league to win it all.
And DDG in game number 5 off the back of Neversaw's Orianna managed to take it all the way home. And in the final game of the series against Comfort Picks, against Volibear that has been controlling the entire series, against the team that has not dropped a single series in Immortal League up until now, DDG, with the odds stacked against them, take it all the way home.
Oh my, what a series. Obviously, my MVP goes out to Neversaw. I mean, that Orianna gameplay this entire
Look at the
series
damage!
was phenomenal. That Orianna was banned for a reason, and it was absolutely crazy to watch out. Close second, I got to give it to Brandy Fan. I mean, that Jin gameplay was absolutely third. He's able to pull off for this team. And obviously, the MF in game number 1, bouncing back after that, getting engaged upon by the Gwen time and time. So, huge shout outs to them, and huge shout outs to just the whole squad in general. DDG made it a phenomenal finals. I'm so happy with this grand finals. It went to a game 5, but it all came down to DDG. They have toppled the defending champions, no 2 times in this league for the Immortal, and now they are gladly.
Yeah, and in the end, DDG is your Immortal League Summer Split champions, and they are going to go on to represent Titan Esports in the Battle of the Titan Ages. And don't go anywhere, because we are going to be looking for an interview with the team in just a bit, so make sure to tune in for that. All right, welcome back and congratulations to Drop Dead Gaming for winning the Immortal League Grand Finals. I'm joined today by JordanBot, the everlasting support for Drop Dead Gaming. And how are you feeling about that win, JordanBot?
I'm not gonna lie, my hands are shaking just a little bit. It feels really good. Our team's been through a whole lot these past couple of months and put a lot of work in, time out, and we got it done this time around. We're full of 5-game bangers over here.
Yeah, I mean, 5-game bangers galore. And I mean, you said you put in a lot of work over the past few months, and it showed. I mean, you took down a team that literally had not dropped a set up until then. And that's got to be something to worry about going into the grand finals, right? I mean, going in, how are you feeling against Omega Yeetless? Like, did you have a lot of things prepared? Were you nervous, or were you coming in super confident, like, we're just going to 3-0 them, right? I mean, I know that Omega Yeetless had some choice words saying that, yeah, we'll just 3-0 them. Don't worry about it, right?
Honestly,
but where are they now?
Yeah, no, exactly. Throughout all these playoffs and all the leagues that we play against, I just look at it as they're the enemy team. It doesn't matter what their name is. And if we show up on the day, Drop Dead Gaming can absolutely beat any team out here. It's just a question of which DDD shows up on the day.
Makes sense. And speaking of things that make sense, I gotta say, Nautilus picks galore for you over that series. I mean, as it seems to be a very strong comfort pick for you, I'd be very surprised if it wasn't somehow. Run me through the idea of the Nautilus priority.
Basically, very frequently throughout drafts, my team likes to remind me that I am just a one-trick, that I cannot pilot anything else, and that I play the easiest role. So stop getting ego and just kind of be my little, you know what they say, a little dog just kind of running around, setting up plays and stuff like that. And Nautilus is a good go button for our team. It gives us a lot of agency and lets us kind of put our foot to the opponent's throats and kind of keep it there. And that's how we like to play.
Yeah, I mean, it gave you a lot of control, and you managed to set up so many plays for the team here. And as our final question of the night here, JordanBot, now that you're going to be going up against, Aegis in, the show matches, how are you feeling going up against them? I mean, we already said that, when you go up against any team, you always just think of it like, oh yeah, we're just going up against the enemy team. I don't care who it is. But, I mean, now that you've got the entirety of Titan Esports on your back that you're going to be representing, does that change things up a little bit? Or are y'all just going to go out there and stomp anyway?
Well, I guess this series was kind of just a confirmation, like King Coney and 4 wards, the way they like to play the map. Our strategy of weak side all the lanes and play for jungle only. The 20 CS jungle win con is what we like to call it. We execute on that and we beat any team out here. So we're going into that match. We don't care who it is. We're gonna do our thing.
All right. Well, that sounds great for Titan and also great for y'all. Congratulations on making it all the way to the grand finals and taking it in game 5. That's got to be nerve-wracking as hell, but either way, thank you so much for joining us here, Jordan Bot, and thank you to Drop Dead Gaming for showing us an incredible series overall. And thanks everyone for tuning in. Thank you to Procomps for the sponsor, to Chris Sunga and Loki Bear on Observer, Cilantro for, casting with me. And make sure everyone tune in next week on Tuesday to the Vanquisher League Grand Finals, and make sure that you're catching the, Titan, Battle of the Titan and Aegis. All right, so anyway, y'all take care. Have a nice night.
Wow.